Chapter 12-14. Xiaolan wanted to commit suicide? Tang Li and Ning Jing looked at each other in surprise. But it was just a surprise. Li, Jing, Xiaolan wants to die. Your father and I can't do anything about it. Li, why don't you go and persuade? Before Madame Tang could finish, Tang Li impatiently cut her off. Tell her I'm busy. She can do whatever she wants. Li, you can't. Before Madame Tang could finish her sentence, Ning Jing cut her off. Mother, we're all busy. Even if she wants to die, she can wait one more night. Let her wait. Ning Jing's words were even more sarcastic than Tang Li's. Madame Tang couldn't help but laugh. She didn't know what Xiaolan would think if she heard this. Of course, Madame Tang wouldn't tell her. Otherwise, with Xiaolan's temper, she would rush here and fight with Ning Jing. Madame Tang knew her son and daughter-in-law's tempers too well. She couldn't persuade them otherwise. Just as she was thinking about what to do, a servant girl came over. Old man, the young miss couldn't find you. She's making a fuss. This young miss was naturally little Tang Tang. Oh my! My little darling! Madame Tang stomped her foot anxiously. She didn't care about anything else and hurried back to her courtyard. She would leave Tang Zijin to deal with Xiaolan. She didn't want to make a fuss with Tang Zijin. Tang Zijin had done this himself, so he should deal with it himself. In any case, Li was awake. Tang Zijin couldn't play any tricks. Tang Li and Ning Jing didn't care whether Madame Tang had left or not. They hugged each other tightly under the blankets. They hadn't seen each other for more than 2 years. Their souls and bodies missed each other. At this time, even if the sky fell, they wouldn't be separated. Tang Li couldn't help but sneeze. Ning Jing immediately sneezed as well. It seemed that the cold wasn't light. However, the two of them didn't mind. They just hugged each other to keep warm. However, gradually, Tang Li's big hands became restless. Ning Jing immediately felt it, but she did not resist it like she always did before she died. She leaned on Tang Li's shoulder, closed her eyes, and quietly felt his caress and touch. She was calm at first, but she did not know what Tang Li was doing under the quilt. She gradually frowned and bit her lip after a while. Yuanshan's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. She bit her cherry lips harder and harder. Finally, she really could not help but let out a tender moan. It was just one sound, but Tang Li's ears were filled with happiness. He suddenly pulled up the blanket and covered Ning Jing with it, and then pounced on her. In this short period of time, Ning Jing's clothes had already been taken off by Tang Li. Under the quilt, the two of them, who had not been together for a long time, were completely open to each other. It was like dry firewood meeting a raging fire, or thunder stirring up the fire on the ground. It was ignited, and once ignited, it was incomparably intense. It could be said that the begonia flowers were warm and melted in spring, snuggling up to each other. Her soft breasts flowed frequently, as stable as a bed. She was full of vulgarities, as strong as wine, as fragrant as sweat stained the silk, and it was slightly penetrating. Rather than saying that the two of them were in love, it was better to say that the two of them had a few big battles. In short, the two of them who had caught a cold were sweating all over. They no longer had runny noses or sneezes, and the cold seemed to have disappeared just like that. The two of them were exhausted and satisfied. In the end, they hugged each other and fell asleep. The next day, the two of them only woke up when the sun was high up in the sky. Tang Li flipped over on top of her and flirted with her beneath him again. He chuckled and said, "Ning Jing, have you slept enough?" Before Ning Jing could return, there was a knock on the door. This time, it was Tang Zijin's voice. "Tang Li, come out. Fifth Elder is here." Tang Li's happy expression turned gloomy. He did not answer. Ning Jing felt much better after a night's sleep. She questioned him suspiciously, "Tang Li, did you do anything to her? Are you lying to me?" Tang Li immediately raised his hand. "I swear, if I really did anything to Xiaolan, I'll be impotent for the rest of my life." Ning Jing's originally taut face was very serious, but when she heard Tang Li's last two words, she immediately broke into laughter. She had braved the wind and snow all the way back. She was so excited and cold that she did not have the energy to think too much. However, Ning Jing was still very cautious. She asked again, "If you didn't really do anything to her, then did you see her or touch her?" Tang Li tried hard to recall. That memory was still a little fuzzy, but he was sure that he did not do anything to hurt Ning Jing. She was wrapped in a blanket. "You didn't see anything?" Tang Li said as he pondered. "If I touched her," his expression froze. He braced himself and said to Ning Jing, "If you think about it seriously, it should be, what is it?" Ning Jing was a little anxious. "She should have touched me first." "Ning Jing, this is a conspiracy. My father and Fifth Elder's conspiracy," Tang Li explained. Tang Zijin was still urging them outside, but Tang Li and Ning Jing completely ignored him. Ning Jing slowly narrowed her eyes and asked, "Xiaolan touched you first?" Tang Li nodded with certainty. "Where did she touch you?" Ning Jing asked again. Actually, she didn't." Tang Li stammered. "Tell me the truth." Ning Jing suddenly said angrily. That's right. Looking at Ning Jing's stormy expression, Tang Li's heart raced. He did not dare to say anything. Anyone who was a slave to his wife was afraid of her. This saying was true. "Ning Jing, it's really nothing. I only have one in my heart," Tang Li said seriously. "Let me ask you, where did she touch you? Are you going to tell me or not?" Ning Jing was really angry. "She just hugged me. She hugged me from behind." Tang Li hastened to explain. In his memory, they'd hugged each other twice. He even pushed Xiaolan down, but he'd never admit any of that. He was drugged and almost mistook Xiaolan for her. If he said that, he would probably never be able to touch Ning Jing again. "You're asking for it," Ning Jing said coldly. Tang Li wanted to cry but had no tears. He wanted to explain, but Ning Jing got off the bed and changed. "She wants to die, right? I'll fulfill her wish." Tang Li was stunned. However, the corners of his mouth quickly widened into a meaningful smile. It looked like he was safe. Aside from his sister-in-law, Ning Jing had never feared any other woman in her life. Back then, when he first came to the Tang sect, he had fought with his mother to the death, but he had never been defeated. The two of them quickly washed up and cleaned themselves up. As soon as Ning Jing opened the door, she saw Tang Zijin standing outside with a gloomy face. Ning Jing had been courteous to Tang Zijin at first because of his seniority in the family. But now she didn't want to wrong herself by being polite to him. Coldly, she said, "Father, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's accusation is false, right? You just want to send me away? Where's Tang Li?" Tang Zijin asked coldly. "I don't know. I'll have to trouble you to make way, Ning Jing said. When Tang Zijin didn't move, she smiled coldly. Father, it's so early in the morning. Isn't it inappropriate for you to block your daughter-in-law's door? Tang Zijin's face turned ashen at her words. He immediately got out of the way. He wasn't just embarrassed, he was simply shocked. When Ning Jing walked out, Tang Zijin immediately went to block the door again and shouted into the room, "Tang Li, come out. Since you're awake now, Father will discuss this matter with you properly. Fifth Elder and Xiaolan are still waiting in the back mountains. I'm not free. Wait until I eat breakfast." The voice didn't come from inside the room, but from behind Tang Zijin. He quickly turned around and saw Tang Li standing nearby, holding Ning Jing's hand. By the time Ning Jing left the room, Tang Li had already jumped out of a nearby window. Tang Li! Tang Zijin raged. Tang Li had a good temper. "Father, have you eaten breakfast yet? Do you want to join us?" Fortunately, Tang Zijin hadn't eaten yet, or else Tang Li would have made him puke. "Father wants to talk to you about serious matters," Tang Zijin emphasized. Tang Li tossed him back. "If you don't want to eat, then forget it." As he spoke, he pulled Ning Jing to the kitchen. He wanted to personally cook a bowl of red bean porridge for Ning Jing. However, Tang Zijin caught up with them and said coldly, "Tang Li, no matter what, Xiaolan is already yours. You should at least make a statement. Appease her and Fifth Elder." Tang Li stopped abruptly. There was no smile on his face. He turned around and said sternly, "Father, you can't say things like that. I didn't touch her." "Absolutely not." Tang Zijin's expression was complicated. He walked closer and asked in a low voice, "Tang Li, you didn't touch her. How did you get rid of the medicine?" Ning Jing was shocked when she heard this. She had always thought that Madame Tang had given Tang Li the antidote. "I'll endure it," Tang Li said darkly. He felt disgusted talking to his father like this. He pulled Ning Jing and wanted to leave, but Tang Zijin grabbed his arm. "That medicine came from 100 Poisons sect. It's impossible to endure it. Xiaolan said that she insisted that you touched you. No matter what, you have to make this clear." "I didn't do it, so I didn't do it." Tang Li slapped Tang Zijin's hand away. If Tang Zijin wasn't his biological father, he would have hit him. This was simply shameful. Tang Li was about to leave, but Ning Jing stopped. Tang Li was angry and shocked. "Ning Jing, are you really suspecting me? I believe you. If you say I didn't, then I didn't." Ning Jing's expression was even worse than Tang Li's. She said coldly, "But if Xiaolan said I did, then I can't just let this go. If a tiger didn't show its might, would the entire Tang clan treat her like a sick cat?" As long as Ning Jing believed him, what else did Tang Li have to worry about? He and Ning Jing openly followed Tang Zijin to the back of the mountain. When Madame Tang heard the news, she left little Tang Tang in the hands of a servant and hurried over. In the house at the back of the mountain, Xiaolan was still wrapped in blankets and curled up on the bed, just like 2 days ago. She didn't even put on her clothes. Her father, Fifth Elder, was guarding the door while her mother accompanied her in the house. When he saw Tang Zijin, Madame Tang, and Tang Li, Fifth Elder got up and walked over. Although he looked angry, he still respectfully bowed to them. Before he could speak, Tang Li struck first and sneered, "Fifth Elder, you and my father worked together to scheme against this clan head. How should you be punished? I'm innocent." This clan head, this subordinate could only obey your orders. Even if this subordinate ate the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard, he would never dare to scheme against you. Fifth elder immediately cried out. Tang Li had heard his parents quarreling the day before yesterday. It was obvious that his father and fifth elder had worked together to scheme against him. Now, the fifth elder had actually shirked all responsibility and played the role of the victim. Fifth elder was pushing all the blame onto his father. As his son, even the clan head couldn't do anything to his father. Sure enough, Tang Zijin immediately spoke up. Tang Li, this was my idea. Father was muddle-headed. Now, Sai, there's no point in arguing over whose fault it is. You should give Xiaolan an explanation. In my opinion, why don't you take Xiaolan as a concubine and pretend this never happened? What do you think? Can't. The one who spoke wasn't Tang Li, but Ning Jing. Chapter 12-15. Was Tang Zijin determined to force Tang Li to take in a concubine? Ning Jing sneered inwardly. Tang Zijin didn't even know that she couldn't have children, yet he was still so unscrupulous to force Tang Li to take in a concubine and force another woman to bear a son for Tang Li. What would Tang Zijin's reaction be if he found out about this? She admitted that she couldn't bear a son. Since Tang Li had woken up, she wouldn't hide the truth anymore. She would do whatever she wanted. What couldn't Ning Jing take responsibility for? However, these were two different things. If Tang Li were to be plotted against and forced to take in a concubine, even if Tang Li agreed, she, as the legal wife, would never agree. Even if Tang Li wanted to take in a concubine, he would do it this way. Ning Jing, you don't have the right to interfere in this matter, do you? Tang Zijin said bluntly. Tang Li was about to speak when Mrs. Tang spoke first. She said angrily, Tang Zijin, she and fifth elder were the ones who set this up. Why are fifth elder and Xiaolan the victims? As she spoke, she walked into the room. When she saw Xiaolan curled up in bed, she became even angrier. Xiaolan, get dressed right now. If you have something to say it face to face. Don't cry here. If you don't know, you'll really think that my son bullied you. Humph, you were the ones who plotted against my son. Let me tell you, if you don't make things clear today, I'll call the Council of Elders. I'll summon everyone from the Elder Council and let them judge the situation. Xiaolan kept crying. Mrs. Xiao was a woman after all. She was afraid. Although she had threatened to spread the news so the entire Tang clan would know that Tang Li had bullied her daughter and refused to own up to it, she still couldn't help but worry. However, that was just a threat. If this matter was exposed and they couldn't argue for justice, then Xiaolan wouldn't be able to get married for the rest of her life. Wouldn't she be scolded wherever she went? When it came to matters like this, women were always at a disadvantage compared to men. At worst, Tang Li would be labeled a playboy who abandoned his wife after seducing her, while Xiaolan's entire life would be ruined. While Madame Xiao was at a loss of what to do, Xiaolan raised her head and cried pitifully, "Old madam, mother, please go out. I'll go out after I tidy up. I want to make things clear. If I don't, I'll jump off reclining Dragon Peak today. I don't want to live." "Daughter, silly, don't take it too hard," Mrs. Xiao cried. Madame Tang was too lazy to say anything more. She flicked her sleeves and left. She had seen a lot of crying, throwing a tantrum, and then committing suicide when she was young. Mrs. Tang and Mrs. Xiao both to go out. But when they came out, Xiaolan rushed outside and shouted, "Mother, help me get a set of clothes. My clothes are all torn." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Tang Li frowned in annoyance. "You tore it?" Ning Jing murmured, her tone still calm. Even if she minded, she wouldn't fuss over it because of the effects of the drug. Tang Li wanted to deny it, but he hesitated and told the truth, "I don't remember clearly. I only remember that she hugged me and I pushed her away. What happened before? I can't remember." Ning Jing's heart skipped a beat. She was calm at first, but now that she thought about how Tang Li had no memory of his stupor, it was possible that he couldn't remember what happened in that room. It would be hard to tell if Xiaolan was lying. Even the drug that Tang Li took. How did Tang Li neutralize it? Even Tang Li himself didn't know. She knew about that drug. After all, she had drugged Tang Li before. Some drugs were so strong that they couldn't be neutralized with just 1 or 2 doses. Ning Jing's hands grew cold. She stared blankly at the closed door and suddenly felt like this was retribution. If she hadn't schemed against Tang Li in the past and stayed at Cloud Realm Trade Consortium to wait for her arranged marriage, she wouldn't have had to suffer all these years. Meanwhile, Tang Li might still be unmarried and running around the world. Or he might have met another woman who wouldn't cause him so much trouble. She looked at Tang Li and rejoiced in the fact that she had won his love in the midst of all this retribution. It was enough to be contented with love. Ning Jing gripped Tang Li's hand tightly and told herself that no matter what the truth was, she had to fight for Tang Li's innocence and freedom. Soon enough, Lady Xiao returned with a set of clothes. Xiaolan changed into them and walked out. As soon as Xiaolan came out, everyone saw 2 or 3 red marks on her neck. They looked like they'd been bitten, but the color had faded faintly. Still, the marks were obvious enough to attract attention. Everyone felt awkward at the sight. Lady Tang glanced at them before averting her gaze. Tang Li subconsciously looked towards Ning Jing, hesitating to speak. But Ning Jing seemed to have noticed something and stared fixedly at the bite marks. Jing, Tang Li finally panicked. "If you say there's nothing, then there's nothing. I believe you, but don't you believe in yourself?" Ning Jing murmured. She stood ramrod straight with her chin held high. She was as calm as an empress. Tang Li tried his best to recall, but there really wasn't anything he could recall. But how could he be sure if he couldn't? He wished he could slap himself. Only Tang Li and Ning Jing would insist on whether or not anything had happened. Tang Zijin, Lady Tang, and Fifth Elder had long believed that Tang Li was the culprit. Otherwise, Tang Li's drug wouldn't have disappeared. Lady Tang had to accept it even if she didn't want to. Right now, she just wanted to prove her son's innocence and make Ning Jing believe that Tang Zijin and the Xiao family had conspired to set up Tang Li, and that Tang Li was the victim. That was why she'd gone to see them last night. If she could prove that Fifth Elder, Xiaolan, and Tang Zijin were in cahoots, then Tang Li wouldn't have to take responsibility. But if Tang Zijin shouldered all the blame, then the Xiao clan would be the victims as well. Tang Li had to take responsibility for Xiaolan, no matter how you looked at it. When Lady Tang came over, she hadn't planned to say anything. But she hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Tang Zijin had actually taken all the blame and used this method to force Tang Li to take a concubine. Everyone was quiet, but each had their own thoughts and goals. As for whether or not anything had happened between Xiaolan and Tang Li, only Xiaolan herself would know. In the silence, Lady Tang spoke calmly. It didn't sound like she was angry. Her tone was especially calm, so calm that one could hear the despair in her voice. She said a very simple sentence. Tang Zijin, I'll ask you one last time. Fifth Elder and Xiaolan were both involved in the drugging, right? Tang Zijin looked at his wife, his heart stunned. After being married for so many years, he knew her best. Her disheartened attitude was clearly a warning to him. At this moment, Tang Zijin's resolute attitude finally wavered. However, just as Tang Zijin was about to give up and admit the truth, Ning Jing suddenly said, regardless of whether they were involved or not, let's first find out if Tang Li touched her. I don't believe it. Lady Tang was helpless. She was most afraid that Ning Jing would mind this matter. She was about to persuade her when Ning Jing gave her a look to reassure her. Mother, no matter what, Tang Li is a man. We have to find out what he did, right? Lady Tang felt that Ning Jing's words were strange, but she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. She nodded and simply let Ning Jing deal with it. But Tang Zijin wasn't going to let her. He was still very rude. Ning Jing, don't interfere in this matter. I'll give Tang Li an explanation. Tang Zijin actually took a step back. He admitted that both the Fifth Elder and Xiaolan were involved in the drugging. After settling the matter with the madam, he could still plead for leniency for the Fifth Elder and Xiaolan with the Fifth Elder's lifetime sacrifice for the Tang sect and his contributions in the construction of the imperial capital. At least he wouldn't expel the Xiao clan from the Tang sect. As long as Xiaolan could continue to stay in the Tang sect, with her ability, she would still have a chance in the future. Of course, if Xiaolan could get pregnant this time, then everything would be different. Finally, the silent Tang Li exploded. If Ning Jing doesn't have the right to interfere in this matter, then who does? Ning Jing is my wife. Even if I want to take in a concubine, she has to agree. Father, this is etiquette, right? Lady Tang laughed. Ali, don't be rude to your father. Of course your father understands this etiquette. Back then, your grandfather forced your father to take in a concubine. Your father told the entire Tang sect that without your mother's approval, no one can enter the Tang sect. Tang Zijin was so embarrassed that his ears turned red. That was then, and this was now. His wife's family was different from Ning Jing's situation. He was very helpless, but didn't explain. He only said, Ning Jing, this matter clearly exists. You have to believe it even if you don't want to. If Tang Li says there's no such thing, then there's no such thing. Ning Jing insisted. Coldly, she said, unless I examine Miss Xiao's body, I won't believe it. Tang Li's grip on Ning Jing's wrist tightened, but he didn't say anything. Lady Tang looked at Ning Jing's stubbornness and felt her heart ache. Tang Zijin and the Fifth Elder were probably sneering in their hearts. Why did Ning Jing have to do this? Won't shed tears until she sees the coffin? No one knew that Ning Jing was gambling. She was gambling with all her heart. Xiaolan bit her lip and looked at Tang Li pitifully. She said softly, Okay, let's do the examination. Tang Li was floored by her words. Xiaolan was a virgin. Since she dared to let him examine her body, then there was nothing to argue about. He must have done something disgraceful and taken her virginity. However, a cold smile flashed across Ning Jing's eyes, but no one noticed. Mother, thank you for your trouble, Ning Jing said lightly. Lady Tang sighed and said coldly to Xiaolan, "Come in with me." The waiting time was long and silent. Ning Jing could clearly feel that Tang Li's palms were sweating non-stop. She didn't say anything. She just held them tightly. Creak. The door finally opened. Lady Tang and Xiaolan walked out one after the other. Lady Tang felt helpless. Xiaolan lowered her head and blushed. "Mother, how is it?" Ning Jing asked. Lady Tang looked at Ning Jing. Her heart ached, but she still told the truth. Qin Lan is no longer a virgin. At this moment, Tang Li suddenly let go of Ning Jing's hand. However, Ning Jing immediately pulled his hand back. She sneered, "So what if she's no longer a virgin? Who can prove that she's a virgin?" Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Xiaolan couldn't hold it in and asked angrily, "Ning Jing, what do you mean?" Chapter 12:16. Ning Jing was clearly trying to humiliate him. "Ning Jing, watch your mouth." Fifth Elder flew into a rage. "Are you rebelling?" Tang Li was even angrier than him, "Who allowed you to call Madam Clan Head by her name?" Tang Li finally understood that these elders simply didn't put him and Ning Jing in their eyes. "Clan Head, Madam is insulting us." Fifth Elder angrily defended himself. On the side, Madam Xiao burst into tears, "My daughter. Why do you have to degrade yourself like this? You've been bullied to this extent. Let's go, Mother will jump down from here with you. I don't want to live anymore." Xiaolan also started to cry, but she turned to Tang Li, "Clan Head, you and you can deny it, but you can't let Madam humiliate me like this. I, Xiaolan, only have you in my life, only you." Tang Li couldn't accept it. At this time, his attention was on Ning Jing, and his face was ashen. Who knew that Ning Jing would suddenly rush in front of Xiaolan and give her a hard slap? "If you say another word, do you believe that this madam won't tear your mouth off? Let me tell you, Tang Li has nothing to do with you. You're really disgusting." God knows how strong Ning Jing's hand was. Xiaolan's face immediately turned red and swollen. "I'll fight you." Xiaolan finally couldn't take it anymore and raised her hand, but Tang Li grabbed her hand and flung her away. He said sternly, "Enough." Xiaolan sat on the ground and started to cry. This is simply making trouble for no reason. Unreasonable. Fifth Elder angrily rebuked. "Ning Jing, this matter is already a fact. Even if you don't allow Tang Li to take a concubine, you can't insult her like this." Tang Zijin reprimanded. "I didn't insult her." Ning Jing's tone was very firm. Although what she was about to say wasn't suitable to be said in public, especially in front of two men, Tang Zijin and Fifth Elder. However, at this point, she couldn't care less about the awkwardness. She said, "Tang Li likes to bite people. Once he bites, the mark he leaves behind will definitely not be this light. The mark won't fade away for at least 5 to 6 days. Moreover, a grown man's teeth marks are definitely not that small." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire crowd quieted down. Even Madame Xiao, who was crying at the side, immediately shut her mouth. She looked at Ning Jing with a hint of panic in her eyes. After all, the 2 bite marks on her daughter's neck were caused by her. No one would have thought that Ning Jing would notice this problem. One had to know that everyone was too ashamed to look at that kind of mark, too ashamed to mention it. Tang Li was also surprised. Of course, he knew about his hobbies, but he was not as clear as Ning Jing. and he had never seriously looked at the mark on Xiao Lan's neck. "Mother, Madam Xiao, come here. I'll show you what a real bite mark looks like," Ning Jing said and turned to walk into the room. Madame Tang strode in. Madame Xiao hesitated until she saw Xiao Lan following. Then she hurried into the room. As soon as they entered the room, Ning Jing unbuttoned her collar and rolled up her sleeves. There were traces of last night's lovemaking on her arms and neck. There was a bite mark on her arm and collarbone. The bite marks were very deep, and the teeth marks were very obvious. They were almost bleeding. Why could Ning Jing be so sure that nothing had happened between Tang Li and Xiao Lan? It was because of the bite marks on Xiao Lan's neck. She knew Tang Li too well. She was absolutely sure that the bite marks were faked. If nothing had happened, why would he fake it? It was unnecessary. In fact, she could have pointed out this flaw just now, but she deliberately didn't say it. She proposed to check her body. She wanted to take a gamble. If Xiao Lan didn't dare to do it, it meant that she was guilty. If Xiao Lan dared to do it, it meant that Xiao Lan was not a virgin. She not only had a reason to make Tang Li refuse to take her as a concubine, but also to ruin Xiao Lan's reputation and make her pay the price. She was a businesswoman, and she would never make a loss. What she bet must be a win-win situation. Sure enough, Xiao Lan brought this upon herself and exposed that she was not a virgin. Madame Tang looked at the bite marks on Ning Jing's body and her face turned red. She couldn't imagine how her bastard son tortured Ning Jing last night. No wonder he said that he was not free. Madame Xiao was already guilty. When she saw the real bite marks, she was even more at a loss and didn't know what to say. Xiao Lan stood far away. She didn't even know why she had come in. Why did she run in like a ghost? The wounds on Ning Jing's body were too eye-catching for her. It hurt her eyes several times more than the red and swollen cheeks. She couldn't accept it. Tang Li was drugged, and she didn't care about her dignity to take the initiative. How could he still push her away? However, he treated Ning Jing. Xiao Lan couldn't accept it. She was so jealous that she went crazy. Madame Tang helped Ning Jing tidy up her clothes and walked towards Xiao Lan. She looked at Xiao Lan sharply and said coldly, "Are you going to confess, or do you want me to take a closer look at the 2 bite marks?" When Madame Tang was serious, her aura was very intimidating. Xiao Lan was scared and subconsciously retreated. "It seems like you won't give up until you see the coffin. Do you want me to hand this matter over to the elders?" Madame Tang asked sternly. Xiao Lan was finally afraid, but her mother was even more afraid. Although the bite marks on her neck were faint, the outline was still there. If they were compared, they would definitely be exposed. If this matter was handed over to the elders, not only would Xiao Lan's life be over, but her father would also be in trouble. "Old man, have mercy. It's all my fault. I was muddle-headed. Please spare Xiao Lan this time." "It's no use begging me," Madame Tang murmured. Lady Tang murmured. Although she looked fierce, she secretly sighed in relief. Thank goodness Ning Jing was attentive, or else she wouldn't know what to do. Madame Xiao quickly looked at Ning Jing and dropped to her knees. "Madame Jing, I beg you," before she could finish, Ning Jing interrupted her. "If you have anything to say, say it outside." Ning Jing strode out the door and walked past Xiao Lan, not even bothering to look at her. Madame Tang and Ning Jing both came out. Madame Xiao followed them out, begging. Xiao Lan, on the other hand, was sitting in the room in despair. She finally realized that she was done for. Not only could she not have Tang Li, but she also couldn't keep her secret. She was indeed no longer a virgin. Ning Jing and Madame Tang didn't need to say anything. Madame Zhao's begging proved everything. Tang Zijin and Fifth Elder were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing and hearing. If nothing had happened between Tang Li and Xiaolan, then, didn't that mean Xiaolan was already unfilial daughter? Fifth Elder exhaled loudly. His breath caught in his chest and he almost fainted. Madame Xiao quickly came over to support him and patted his back. Old master, so you knew about it. Fifth Elder slapped Madame Zhao's hand away. Madame Zhao's face was red with shame. Her daughter had an affair with a disciple from the weapons workshop last year. By the time she found out, it was already too late. There was nothing she could do except hide it. Tang Zijin was probably the most affected. He had chosen Fifth Elder's daughter, Xiaolan, for a long time. Who knew that she wasn't a virgin? He was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Madame Tang stood next to him and mocked him coldly. Ning Jing walked up to Tang Li. Tang Li looked at her with a frown, not knowing what to say. Ning Jing stood on her tiptoes and pinched his face. It's okay. It's okay. You're still mine alone. Tang Li hugged her tightly and said in a low voice, Jing, I almost thought that you didn't want me anymore. Ning Jing's eyes flashed with sadness, but she didn't say anything. Tang Li pulled her behind him and left the rest to him. Fifth Elder, I'll give you two choices. First, the Xiao family offends Madame Tang and belittles the servants. Second, I'll help you find Xiaolan's man and have him take him away, so that she won't randomly recognize other men. Tang Li's mouth was really vicious. Fifth Elder's world collapsed. Xiaolan rushed out of the room and looked at Tang Li in disbelief. She didn't expect him to be so decisive. The Xiao family had followed the Tang sect for almost 100 years. They had always occupied the elder council seats, but he wanted to turn them all into servants. What were servants? Servants were the lowest level of workers in the Tang sect. They were in charge of calcining ironware, and it was pure physical labor. Tang Li was clearly threatening them. If they didn't agree to be demoted to servants, was he going to publicize the fact that she wasn't a virgin? Xiaolan wasn't smart enough. In fact, Tang Li wanted to use this opportunity to make an example out of her. He wanted the entire Tang sect to know that he, Tang Li, was the true master of the Tang sect. If anyone dared to have any other thoughts in the future, especially if they disrespected Ning Jing, they would have to bear the consequences. Xiaolan didn't have a choice. Fifth Elder looked at Tang Zijin with pleading eyes. Tang Zijin couldn't do anything. If Tang Li really did something to her, he still had an excuse. But Tang Li hadn't touched her at all. What reason did he have to persuade Tang Li to take responsibility? What reason did he have to keep Xiaolan? Tang Zijin looked at Xiaolan with disgust. Tang Zijin pondered. Xiaolan couldn't be saved. Perhaps Fifth Elder could be saved. He was about to speak when Tang Li said coldly, Father, if you think I can't handle the Tang sect well, then I'll leave. My brother is really short on manpower. Tang Zijin's ashen face completely darkened. Tang Li wasn't just threatening him with leaving, he was also threatening him with Xian Yuanyi. For the sake of the Tang sect, he had been wary of the Di clan while fighting openly and covertly with Bailey Yuanlong. Everything he had worked so hard for was no match for Xian Yuanye's one word. If he angered Tang Li because of this matter, he didn't know what the consequences would be. Tang Zijin sighed. You make the decision. You make the decision. He flicked his sleeves and left. What was the point of arguing so much? No matter how much he argued, it couldn't compare to Tang Li waking up. He could only comfort himself like this. If Tang Li woke up, at least Ning Jing wouldn't be able to control the Tang sect. Once Tang Li woke up, Xian Yuanyi would definitely entrust his younger brother with important responsibilities. As long as there was no risk of the Tang sect falling into the hands of the Di clan, he couldn't be bothered to care so much. Fifth Elder was truly in despair as he watched the old sect master leave. He had been so arrogant before because he had the old sect master's support. Now that the old sect master had washed his hands of the matter, how could he go against Tang Li? It seems like Fifth Elder also wants to know who your prospective son-in-law is. Deal. This sect master will send people to ask around. Tang Li said coldly. No, no. This subordinate knows his mistake. This subordinate is willing to be a servant. Fifth Elder said anxiously. At this moment, Xiaolan suddenly laughed loudly at Tang Li. Tang Li, didn't Ning Jing drug you back then? Why can't I? Why? Hee, how much cleaner can Ning Jing be than me? Chapter 12-17. Xiaolan's words had exposed the biggest stain in Ning Jing's life. Ning Jing's heart skipped a beat, but she had nothing to say. She had indeed drugged Tang Li back then. If it weren't for that freak combination of factors, she probably wouldn't have gotten together with Tang Li. Fifth Elder, you dared to leak the secret? Tang Li was especially angry. Back then, he had been drugged by Ning Jing and forced into marriage by the Di clan. In the Tang sect, other than his parents, only a few elders knew about it. Without a doubt, Fifth Elder must have told Xiaolan about it. Fifth Elder finally regained his senses, but he didn't know how to explain. Guards, take this person away for this sect master to deal with. The Xiao clan has a lot of crimes to commit. Tang Li ordered sternly. No matter how unreasonable the elders' counsel was, they still obeyed the Tang family. Tang Zijin, the old sect master, didn't care about anything, so what could Fifth Elder and the elders' council do to Tang Li? Moreover, the entire Tang sect knew that Tang Li had his older brother behind him. Fifth Elder and Madame Xiao were so hopeless that they had no strength left. They let the guards take them away, but Xiaolan struggled like a madwoman. Tang Li, answer me. Answer me. Ning Jing is the same as me. Ning Jing, you touched that drug, so you'll never be clean. Ning Jing looked at them expressionlessly, but Tang Li strode in front of Xiaolan and said coldly, only I know whether Ning Jing is clean or not. It has nothing to do with anyone else, much less you. As for whether you're clean or not, I don't know, and I don't want to know. As he spoke, he took a guard's belt and tied it around Xiaolan's mouth, making her unable to speak or make a sound. As for the guard whose belt was taken away, he awkwardly held his pants and ran away. Fifth Elder suddenly exclaimed, Sect Master! Sect Master, this subordinate chooses to be a servant. This subordinate is willing to be a servant. Would Tang Li still care about Fifth Elder's choice? No. He looked at the people who were gradually being taken away, and a trace of viciousness flashed across his eyes. Since the Fifth Elder dared to leak the secret, there was no guarantee that the others would do the same. When that time came, who knew how badly Ningjing would be scolded? Rather than letting others spread rumors, he might as well admit it himself. He was drugged. He was willing to be drugged by Ningjing. So what? Guards! Tang Li shouted. The attendant hurriedly ran over. Sect Master! Write a few announcements and post them. Say that Xiaodong offended his superior and disrespected Madame Jing. Xiaolong harbored evil intentions and seduced me. Fifth, Xiaodong's position as an elder will be abolished, and the entire Xiao clan will be demoted to servants. Tang Li thought for a moment, then said, if you don't want to spread the word, just say that only Ningjing can drug this sect leader. Everyone else should be careful. This sect leader will never take a concubine in this lifetime. A public notice and a verbal message. Although it didn't explicitly state what Xiaolan had done, it was enough to make everyone speculate. Xiaolan could only live forever in rumors and slanders. When Tang Li said this, the attendant felt awkward. Was the sect master really going to put the word drug on the table? Not to mention the guards, even Madame Tang couldn't bear to watch. Li, don't mess around. Just punish the entire Xiao clan. Why are you talking about drugging? Isn't that embarrassing? Madame Tang said unhappily. Ningjing's tense face finally couldn't help but reveal a smile. She felt both helpless and happy. So what if it's embarrassing? I'm happy. Tang Li had an indifferent expression. He didn't look like a sect leader at all. He was more like a hooligan. However, it was precisely his shameless behavior that intimidated the elders of the Tang sect, and also dispelled those who coveted the position of madam in the Tang sect. Perhaps Tang Li's position as sect master had been stabilized because of this incident. Tang Li's style was completely different from Tang Zijin's. With Tang Li in charge of the Tang sect, it was hard to imagine how the Tang sect's style would develop in the future. Of course, this was all for later. Madame Tang doted on her son and had never been able to refuse him. Perhaps it was because of Madame Tang's excessive doting and Tang Zijin's excessive strictness that he had long since developed Tang Li's temper. Or perhaps it was because he had been sheltered by Xian Yuanyi since he was young that Tang Li could have such a carefree temper. The words, "won't take a concubine," had always lingered in Ningjing's ears. To her, this was definitely the most beautiful words of love in the world, the most important promise. Unfortunately, she couldn't bear it. She had just made up her mind that she would return Tang Li his freedom. The Tang sect couldn't restrain him and the D clan definitely couldn't restrain him. She was even more unwilling to restrain him. Mother, go and find father. I have something important to tell you. Ningjing finally spoke. Tang Li turned around with a puzzled expression. Ningjing, what do you have to say to my father? His tone showed just how much he disliked Tang Zijin. It's very important. I have to say it seriously. Ningjing's expression was solemn. At this moment, Tang Li sensed that something was wrong. Although Ningjing was usually a very serious woman, her current expression told him that what she was about to say was no small matter. Why do you have to tell my parents something important? You can just tell me. Tang Li walked over and grabbed Ningjing's hand. Come, let's go back and talk. Ali, you. Mrs. Tang shouted pitifully. She wanted to cry but had no tears. Ningjing was hurriedly dragged away by Tang Li and didn't have a chance to say anything. This is very important. Tang Li, when I gave birth to my daughter, I had no choice but to use the drug to induce labor. The price is that I can't get pregnant again. I can't give birth to a son for you. Ningjing said it out of the blue. She didn't mention the hardships she suffered during childbirth or the various illnesses she suffered during her confinement after giving birth. She just casually mentioned the result. Tang Li and Mrs. Tang were stunned. They never thought that the important thing Ningjing was talking about would be like this. Tang Li was dumbfounded. Mrs. Tang's face turned pale. She didn't dare to believe it and didn't want to believe it. If Ningjing couldn't give birth to a son, then wouldn't the Tang sect? Wouldn't it be extinct? Mrs. Tang panicked and murmured, "Ollie, we have to tell father about this." "We can't." Before Mrs. Tang could finish, Tang Li said angrily, "You can't tell him." "Ollie, isn't this a small matter?" Mrs. Tang murmured. She could let Tang Li do whatever he wanted, no matter how big the matter was. However, she couldn't let him mess around with this matter. When it came to carrying on the family line, she couldn't make the decision. "Mother, even you want to force us to leave?" Tang Li murmured. As soon as he said this, Mrs. Tang's tears fell. "Mother didn't." "Why would Mother? Why would I?" "Tang Li, don't." Ningjing was about to speak when Tang Li interrupted her angrily. "Ningjing, why did you say it out loud? Why did you tell them? Are you stupid?" Ningjing was at a loss for words. This was probably the first time Tang Li had yelled at her after being together with Tang Li for so long. Why did she have to say it out loud? She should have kept it a secret long ago. She should have taken Tang Tang down the mountain and left with Tang Li. However, she didn't leave. She even went up the mountain. A few months ago, on the first day she returned to the Tang sect, she knew that she would have to tell them about this matter one day. She had no right to hide this matter. This wasn't just about her and Tang Li. It was about the Tang sect. She couldn't help Tang Li refuse to take a concubine and hide this matter at the same time. There were 3 ways to be unfilial, but having no descendants was the worst. No matter how much Tang Li and Tang Zijin fought, they were still father and son. She couldn't frame Tang Li for being unfilial. Otherwise, she would have taken Tang Li away from the Tang sect a long time ago. Moreover, her brother had been entrusted with the mission of the D clan. He was destined to never be willful. It was the same for Tang Li. He had inherited everything from the Tang sect. He couldn't be willful either. Ningjing didn't answer. Tang Li was very angry. He asked again, "Why?" "Because you are the Tang sect leader." Ningjing summarized everything with the simplest sentence. Mrs. Tang looked at her daughter-in-law and didn't know what to say. This was the first time she felt so lucky that Tang Li had married such a woman. However, Tang Li kept shaking his head. He still didn't understand why he fell in love with Ningjing, why he forgave her for drugging him, and why he was willing to serve her. The 2 of them were actually polar opposites. Their temperaments were completely different. For Ningjing, there were some things that couldn't be done. There were some rules that had to be followed. Marriage was the only thing she had rebelled against. For him, if he didn't like something, he didn't like it. If he didn't want to do it, he didn't want to do it. He never wanted to be forced. The marriage was also the only time he had compromised. "I'm the Tang sect leader." "And then?" Tang Li continued to ask. I don't object to you taking a concubine." Ningjing was surprisingly calm. "So, after all this fuss, you want me to take a concubine?" Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Tang Li laughed bitterly at himself. Ningjing, what if I refuse? Then I will. Ningjing hesitated. Tang Li's gaze turned icy as he stared at her. He didn't rush her, but waited patiently. Mrs. Tang was also waiting. She was suddenly afraid that Ningjing, who couldn't be forced to leave, would willingly give up her position as the Tang sect leader's wife. Tang Li wasn't afraid either. He was flustered and afraid. If Ningjing dared to say that she wanted to leave, he would definitely take revenge on her. He would take revenge on her ruthlessly. She couldn't leave so irresponsibly after disturbing his heart. Finally, Tang Li lost his patience. Say it. Ningjing's expression was still calm and slightly cold. She looked at the furious Tang Li and felt that he was a stranger yet familiar. She said, Tang Li, if you refuse to take a concubine, then I will be very happy. After she said that, she laughed. Actually, what she wanted to say was that if he refused to take a concubine, she would divorce him and leave. From then on, whether he married or not, whether he had a son or not, it would have nothing to do with her. However, she couldn't convince herself to say something against her will. Tang Li was stunned. After a while, he came back to his senses. Without another word, he pulled Ningjing into his arms and kissed her fiercely. No matter how different the two of them were, as long as they were willing to treat each other as exceptions, no matter how big the problem was, it wouldn't be a problem. After Tang Li had kissed enough, he hugged Ningjing tightly and whispered in her ear, Silly, why would you have a son? I just like daughters. It's enough to serve you and our daughter. Any more? Haha, and I can't serve you anymore. Ningjing never knew that Tang Li's voice could be so gentle. Her heart melted when she heard it. Mrs. Tang looked at them with a complicated expression. What should she do? Chapter 12-18. Tang Li was about to pull Ningjing away when Madame Tang finally spoke up. Ali, come back. We have to talk about this properly. Don't mess around. After the new year, let's go to Medical City and have a look at 4th Miss Ren. Maybe there's hope. 4th Miss Ren has already taken a look, Ningjing said mildly. Gu Beiyue and 4th Miss Ren had both taken a look and came to the conclusion that she couldn't be cured. Madame Tang didn't know what else to do, so she used treatment as an excuse to delay. She didn't dare to promise Tang Li that he wouldn't take any more concubines or have any more children, but she also didn't dare to force Tang Li. She also didn't know what would happen if Tang Zijin found out about this. Ali, how about, Mother, you've been busy the whole day. You can't go back and rest. Let me think about this. I'll tell Father tomorrow. You and Ningjing shouldn't go. Madame Tang wanted to say something, but Tang Li looked impatient. Is that okay? Madame Tang was resentful, but she didn't dare to push too hard. She could only agree. Where's my daughter? Tang Li asked. He didn't even remember how many months he had been playing with little Tang Tang. In his mind, little Tang Tang was still a tiny baby who would cry whenever she was hungry. Yes, yes. Let's go see your daughter, Madame Tang hurriedly said. Madame Tang hurriedly said. She would never forget the countless times that little Tang Tang had looked at her foolish father with a blank look on her face. The three of them left the back of the mountain and walked forward. Soon, Tang Li noticed a large patch of daisies nearby. The white petals and pale yellow stamens were Ningjing's favorite. He ran to the top of the mountain and looked around. Crouching Dragon Peak was covered in daisies. This cold mountain peak had become a sea of flowers. He looked back at Ningjing. Who planted them? A man helped me plant it in order to make me happy. Ningjing joked. Who? Tang Li became serious. Who? Madame Tang laughed. Brat, who else would dare to touch the soil of Crouching Dragon Peak other than you? Tang Li scratched his head and tried hard to recall, but in the end, he could not remember. He looked at Ningjing and smiled foolishly. I'll get him to help you plant daisies all over the Crouching Dragon Mountain range. We'll change the name of this mountain to Chrysanthemum Mountain. Mrs. Tang and Ningjing did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, Tang Li secretly remembered this matter. Although he had lost his memories of the past few months, he still left behind these flowers. This proved that even if he had lost his mind, he was still willing to work hard for Ningjing. How much time and effort did it take to plant these flowers all over the mountain, plant them one by one, and plant them all over the mountain? Tang Li thought that if he spent another 2 years, he should be able to cut down all the trees in this mountain range and replace them with daisies. The three of them went to Madame Tang's courtyard and did not say much. Ningjing's matter seemed to have been temporarily forgotten. Madame Tang was about to call for someone to bring little Tang Tang over when little Tang Tang suddenly rushed out from the flowers and hugged Tang Li's legs. She looked up at him. Daddy, Bao Bao. Bao Bao, little Tang Tang's big eyes were filled with strong desire and stubbornness. Her childish voice was not very accurate and she said the word hug instead of bag, but everyone understood. She seemed to like being hugged by Tang Li very much. When Tang Li picked her up, she looked at Ningjing with a happy face and sweetly said, Mother. She was not even 2 years old and was still immature. She had already forgotten about the conflict she had witnessed the day before. For the current her, the happiest thing was to be hugged by her father and be able to see her mother. Tang Li carried little Tang Tang to the side and sat down. He put little Tang Tang on his lap and let her sit properly. Daughter, don't move. Let Daddy take a good look at you, he said seriously. Children were immature, but they were very sensitive. Little Tang Tang immediately sensed that something was wrong with her father and felt that he was not the same as before. However, she could not tell what was different. Daddy looked at her seriously, and she also looked at him seriously. Thus, father and daughter sat like this, staring at each other with wide eyes. The more Tang Li looked at his daughter, the more he liked her. There were some similarities between his daughter and Ningjing, but she still looked more like Ningjing. However, she was definitely twice as beautiful as Ningjing. Her features were delicate and pretty, as if they were carved from jade. They were flawless, clean, and impeccable. Tang Li could not bear to look away. At this moment, he was pondering in his heart. This was his biological daughter. How could he bear to marry her off in the future? He absolutely could not accept it. Little Tang Tang also stared at her father. She found that her father's eyes were especially lively and beautiful today. Although they were the same person, she liked this father more than the one from before who did not speak much and almost never smiled. She grinned at her father. Seeing his daughter smile, Tang Li liked her even more. He wished he could hold her in his hands and dote on her for the rest of his life. Tang Tang, do you like Daddy more or Mommy more? Tang Li asked seriously. Ningjing and Mrs. Tang sat at the side. They looked at each other speechlessly. This was the first thing this guy said to his daughter after waking up. What else could Ningjing do other than ignore it? She had to admit that little Tang Tang liked her father more. "Daddy." Little Tang Tang replied in her childish voice. Her little hand was restless as she reached for Tang Li's mouth and said, "Mouth, mouth." Tang Li was confused. What did his daughter mean? He looked at Ning Jing for help, but Ning Jing ignored him. He looked at Mrs. Tang and asked, "What does she want to do? Is she going to kiss her?" Mrs. Tang smiled. "Yes, that's the mouth." "Tang Tang, tell Daddy, where's the nose?" Tang Li understood. He lowered his head, but little Tang Tang pinched the tip of Tang Li's nose and said with a smile, "Nose, nose." Tang Li was in pain, but he gladly endured it. He chuckled and said, "Yes, the nose. This is the nose." Little Tang Tang was learning how to speak and recognize things. "What about the eyes? Where are the eyes?" Tang Li asked again. Little Tang Tang immediately widened her eyes for Tang Li to see. She was clearly widening her eyes, but she still gritted her teeth and continued to widen them. Her serious look made Tang Li laugh out loud. Tang Li wasn't a patient man, but he played with little Tang Tang over and over again in a game like drawing facial features. Ning Jing sat at the side and watched silently. She counted carefully. This father and daughter pair had gone back and forth more than 20 times, but they weren't bored at all. This man was always more patient with his daughter than he was with his wife. Looking at the father and daughter pair going back and forth, gesturing and laughing happily, Ning Jing couldn't help but wonder if Tang Li would prefer Tang Tang or his son if she gave birth to a son for him. She didn't know how Tang Li planned to discuss the matter with Tang Zijin tomorrow. How could Madame Tang not be worried about this matter as well? Both mother and daughter-in-law were worried sick, but Tang Li was having a lot of fun with little Tang Tang. He smiled like a child, carefree and pure. Finally, Tang Li suddenly looked up and asked, "Ning Jing, have we named our daughter?" "Not yet. We're waiting for you," Ning Jing said. "Tang." Tang Li thought for a while. "Tang. Tang. Tang Hongdo." Mrs. Tang immediately spat out the tea in her mouth. She scolded, "Stinking brat, a girl's name is very important. Is there a father like you? Why don't you learn from your brother? He gave your nephew such a good name. My sister-in-law gave birth to a boy?" Tang Li was very surprised. "When we went to the military camp, you even held him once. Did you forget?" Ning Jing asked. "It's really a boy?" Tang Li asked again. "How can it be fake?" Mrs. Tang rolled her eyes in displeasure. "Ah Li, your little nephew is named Rui, Xianyuan Rui. Listen to his name, then think about your Hongdo." Tang Li didn't pay attention to Lady Tang's words at all. His lips curved up into a gloating smile. "Son, ah? Hee, very good. My brother likes sons." "Ning Jing, you say, how can this name be? Change it." Mrs. Tang was very fussy about the name. "Hongdo, Hongdo." Ning Jing muttered. She remembered the sweet red bean porridge she often ate. She didn't think it was tacky. She said, "He's the father. He can make the decision." No, I'll think of a few for you later." Mrs. Tang insisted. Tang Li was too lazy to pay attention. In any case, he had already made up his mind. Tang Li and his family of 3 ate dinner at Mrs. Tang's place before returning to their own courtyard. Mrs. Tang looked at their backs and finally sighed. She also didn't want Tang Li to take a concubine, but where did Master go? She turned around and asked the servant girl. "It seems he's at Lotus Peak." The servant girl replied. Mrs. Tang didn't send anyone to look for him. She nervously closed the door and waited for the arrival of tomorrow. Tang Li carried little Tang Tang in one hand and held Ning Jing's hand in the other. They passed through the daisies. The path was short, but they felt like they could walk for an eternity. When they returned to the room, Tang Li asked, "Ning Jing, do you know that the Tang clan's women don't marry outside the family?" "I've heard of it." "Why?" Ning Jing asked. Historically, the Tang clan's women didn't marry outside the family because the Tang clan would use marriage to restrict the Tang clan's hidden weapon designers. This ensured that those families would remain loyal to the Tang clan and wouldn't leak the blueprints. Tang Yiru was an exception. Tang Yuan's marriage to the East Qin imperial family was also an exception. Other than the first time, none of the Tang clan's women were lucky enough to avoid marriage arrangements. After Tang Li explained, he added, "Tang Tang can't escape this fate either." "No." Ning Jing refused immediately. She didn't know much about the Tang clan's women not marrying outside the family, but she understood after hearing Tang Li's explanation today. Although it was said that the Tang clan's women wouldn't marry outside the family and would only marry the master of hidden weapons, it was still the same as looking for a son-in-law. After the marriage, they would have to stay in the Tang clan for the rest of their lives and serve it. Ning Jing abruptly looked at Tang Li and said, "Tang Li, since you're leaving the Tang clan for the rest of your life, why don't you choose your daughter instead? If you're looking for a son-in-law, then why don't you just let your daughter inherit the position of clan head?" Actually, a daughter had the ability to lead a family as well. Hadn't she single-handedly raised up Cloud Realm Trade Consortium in the past? She didn't want to marry back then, but wanted to stay in the consortium and serve the clan for the rest of her life. I can't decide on this matter," Tang Li sighed as he hugged little Tang Tang. "My father and mother are the ones to decide on this matter. How about this? Let's go play at my big brother's place for a few years. We'll come back after my parents think things through." In any case, they'll have to think things through carefully. Ning Jing gave a start, but quickly broke into a smile. As it turned out, Tang Li wasn't planning to talk to Tang Zijing at all. He'd long planned to run away from home and threaten him again. "Idiot, hurry up and pack your things. We'll leave tonight. Don't let them find us, or else we won't be able to leave," Tang Li said in a low voice. Chapter 12-19. Ning Jing had been hesitant at first, but after hearing Tang Li's explanation, she was determined to be as willful as Tang Li. If they couldn't break the ancestral rule of Tang sect's daughters not marrying outside, little Tang Tang might even be forced to marry a designer in the future. If that was the case, it was better to let Tang Tang inherit the position of clan leader and recruit the man she liked into the Tang clan. Ning Jing could compromise in the Tang clan, but she wouldn't allow her daughter to suffer. Tang Li wanted to leave in the middle of the night to threaten Tang Zijin. Ning Jing packed her bags and followed her husband's lead. Tang Li left a note for Madame Tang, telling his confidant to give it to her tomorrow. He didn't bring a single servant, only his wife and daughter. He sneaked down the mountain in the middle of the night to escape. Early the next morning, Madame Tang had just woken up when she saw Tang Zijin return. Her face was gloomy and her heart was heavy as she ignored Tang Zijin. She didn't know if Tang Zijin had gone to Lotus Peak to reflect on his mistakes or to vent. He was in a good state today. Seeing his wife's sullen face, he walked over and personally poured tea for her. I'm here to apologize, madam. It's all my fault. I was muddle-headed. Despicable. Madame Tang exposed Tang Zijin's face with one sentence. He knew she would be angry, but he still lied to her before apologizing. If this wasn't despicable behavior, then what was? Tang Zijin's expression didn't change no matter how much Madame Tang scolded him. Especially in private, Madame Tang could poke him in the nose and he would still smile. It's my fault, it's my fault. Tang Zijin clung to Madame Tang, trying his best to please her. People who didn't know better would think that this was a loving couple quarreling. In the past, Madame Tang would have let Tang Zijin pester her and punished him. But this time, she didn't. She pushed Tang Zijin away and said coolly, "Don't play this game with me. I'm telling you, don't bother forcing Ningjing." Yesterday, she agreed to let Tang Li take a concubine, but your son refused. Tang Zijin immediately sat down and looked at Madame Tang suspiciously. Mrs. Tang had planned to wait until Tang Li came, but seeing Tang Zijin's face, she was so angry that she decided to say it first. Tang Zijin, listen carefully. I have something important to tell you. Mrs. Tang became serious. Tang Zijin became more and more suspicious. He knew that Tang Li was very ruthless yesterday. Besides that, what else was there? Could it be that Madame really wanted to divorce him? Yesterday, when they quarreled, Madame said twice that she wanted to divorce him. Seeing his wife's grave expression and stern gaze, Tang Zijin finally became nervous. Madam, Mrs. Tang interrupted, Tang Zijin, Ningjing can't have another child. What? Tang Zijin exclaimed. When Ningjing was locked up in Tiger's prison, in order to protect little Tang Tang, she used an abortion drug. She fell ill and can never get pregnant again, Mrs. Tang said faintly. That. Tang Zijin was very surprised. Tang Zijin, Ningjing's daughter-in-law, is nowhere to be found. Mrs. Tang sighed. Tang Zijin didn't say anything. He frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. Tang Zijin, say something. What should we do? Mrs. Tang probed. Madam, you just said that Ningjing agreed to let Tang Li take a concubine? Tang Zijin asked thoughtfully. Mrs. Tang didn't need to ask to know what Tang Zijin was thinking. Tang Zijin must want Ningjing to persuade Tang Li to take a concubine. Mrs. Tang chose to remain silent. Tang Zijin's mood improved. Mrs. Tang looked at him and secretly made up her mind. After the new year, she would go to the temple to pray to Buddha and never pay attention to him again. Some people would change in the end. Bailey Yuanlong was like that, and so was Tang Zijin. However, Mrs. Tang firmly believed that some people would never change. Their hearts would never change. Madam, this is a serious matter. Let Li do as he pleases. You mustn't. Before Tang Zijin could finish, an attendant rushed in. Bad news, bad news. The clan head left a letter and left. What? Tang Zijin slapped the table and stood up. The attendant hurriedly handed over Tang Li's note. When Tang Zijin saw the 2 lines, he was so angry that he almost fainted. He fell to the floor and patted his chest. Mrs. Tang took the note and read it. She wasn't angry, but didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She sighed repeatedly. She should have guessed it a long time ago. When Tang Li said yesterday that he wanted to talk to father in person, she should have guessed what that guy was planning. Tang Li only wrote 2 lines on the note. The first line was, "Father, Mother, this child has let down the ancestors of the Tang clan. This child has no face to stay in the Tang clan. This child will leave with Ningjing and Tang Tang. Once we have a son for the Tang clan, we will return immediately." The second line was, "If father and mother can't wait, you can give this child a younger brother. This child is willing to give up the position of clan head." What was this? This was simply a blatant threat. Ningjing couldn't give birth to another child. Unless they gave up on having a grandson, they wouldn't return. This wasn't just a threat, it was also a jab at Tang Zijin. Actually, at Tang Zijin's age, there were plenty of women who would take concubines and have children. It wasn't easy for Mrs. Tang to get pregnant at her age, but there were plenty of young concubines who could give birth to a son for Tang Zijin. If Tang Zijin really wanted to continue the bloodline of the Tang clan, he could take concubines himself. Tang Li was using this method to tell his father not to do to others what he didn't want done to him. Mrs. Tang could only smile bitterly. "Tang Zijin, I'll leave this matter to you. This is an important matter for your Tang clan. We women have no right to interfere. Since Ali and the others aren't here, there's no need to celebrate the new year. I'll leave this afternoon and go to Shishan Temple to pray for my children and grandchildren. Don't disturb the tranquility of Buddhism." Mrs. Tang waved her hand and went back to her room to pack her luggage. Tang Zijin sat there for a long time without responding. However, when he saw Mrs. Tang come out with her luggage, he immediately panicked. "Madam, let's talk things over. Think about Ali." "I really don't have any ideas," Mrs. Tang said calmly. "Madam." Tang Zijin panicked. "Move," Mrs. Tang said coldly. Tang Zijin didn't move, but when Mrs. Tang's gaze turned cold, Tang Zijin reluctantly retreated. Just like that, Mrs. Tang left the Tang clan that day with a few servants and went to Shishan Temple. Tang Zijin stood guard at the top of Divine Dragon Peak alone. He didn't send people to look for Tang Li like last time when he ran away from the wedding. He also didn't announce that Tang Li had run away from home. He sat alone at the top of the mountain, deep in thought. Soon, it was New Year's Eve. Although Tang Li and Ningjing were heading towards Yuning, they didn't rush. Time was too tight. No matter how fast they rushed, they couldn't make it to New Year's Eve with his brother and sister-in-law. They simply slowed down and took it as a vacation. They swam all the way to Yuning Palace. It was about time for Rui's first birthday. Rui was already the crown prince. There wasn't a big banquet, but his first birthday would definitely be very grand. Not long after Tang Li left the Tang clan, he went to get a map and specifically chose fun, beautiful, and delicious places to visit. He was the coachman, bodyguard, and servant. During the day, he held Ningjing with one hand and carried Tang Tang with the other. At night, he let Ningjing sleep in peace. If there was any movement from Tang Tang, he would immediately sit up. Fortunately, Tang Tang was easy to take care of. Other than the few times she needed to pee, she basically slept until dawn. On New Year's Eve, Tang Li spent a lot of money to book a tea house called Tea House No. 7. This tea house was the only one on the road from the Tang clan to Yuning County that was open for business on New Year's Eve. Moreover, it was newly opened. Like other tea houses, there was a tea mountain, a tea workshop, a tea pavilion, and an independent courtyard for guests to stay in. However, unlike other tea houses, Tea House No. 7 combined tea and hot springs. There was a hot spring in each independent courtyard. A special tea was added to the spring water. The hot springs were hot and filled with the fragrance of tea. This was simply an irresistible enjoyment for tea lovers. Tang Li was actually not interested in tea, and he didn't study it. He chose this place purely because it was open for business on New Year's Eve. After all, it was the first time the three of them were celebrating New Year's Eve together. He didn't want to make do with Ning Jing and Tang Tang in the carriage. In order to rush over on New Year's Eve, he didn't sleep for 2 consecutive nights. He drove through the night and finally arrived at tea house number 7 in the evening. As soon as Ning Jing lifted the curtain, Tang Li came over to hold Tang Tang. He pulled his cloak and wrapped Tang Tang in his arms, afraid that she would be frozen by the wind and snow. Tea house number 7? That's an interesting name. Is there an 8th or 9th? Ning Jing asked. You're talking too much. There are tea houses from the 1st to the 10th. I heard that the owner behind this tea house has a big background. What's his background? I'm not sure about that. I haven't heard about it before. It should be newly opened, right? It was opened 7 or 8 months ago. You and your daughter go to rest later. I'll personally cook dinner for you. Is there anything you want to eat? I'll think about it later. First, I'll make a bowl of porridge for your daughter. The husband and wife protected Tang Tang as they talked and walked into the tea house. Soon, a tea servant came to receive them and led them along the hand-folding corridor. Tang Li inadvertently turned his head and saw a tall carriage parked in the courtyard not far away. He saw a corner and felt that it was somewhat familiar. Just as he was about to take a closer look, Tang Tang reached out her small hand from his arms and pinched his chin. Tang Li looked down and began to play with his daughter. He didn't pay attention to the carriage anymore. The servant girl brought the family of 3 to a warm room. As soon as they entered the room, a man who looked like a shopkeeper rushed over. Are you Master Tang? The shopkeeper asked politely. Are you the owner of the tea house? What's your surname? Tang Li asked. My surname is Wu. I'm not the owner. I'm just following orders to manage tea house number 7, the shopkeeper replied politely. Shopkeeper Wu, is your boss here? Ning Jing asked. She had been in business for many years and was quite interested in the business of the hot spring tea house. The boss isn't here. The 2 of you, there's a situation in the tea house. We won't be able to receive you tonight and for the next 3 days. I'll double the compensation for your losses. Could you please do us a favor? Shopkeeper Wu politely gestured for them to leave. Did that mean they had to leave? Chapter 12:20. Shopkeeper Wu's meaning was obvious. He wanted to ask Tang Li and the others to leave. Tang Li looked at shopkeeper Wu's gesture and his anger rose. In order to let his wife and daughter be at ease and celebrate the new year happily, he spent a lot of effort to find this tea house and rushed over early and late. The snow outside was getting heavier and heavier. They were in the middle of nowhere, so where were they supposed to go to celebrate the new year? Were they supposed to spend it in the carriage? Little Tang Tang could feel her father's anger. She poked her head out from under her father's cloak and stared curiously at shopkeeper Wu. Her big, watery eyes were filled with confusion and looked especially cute. What if it's not convenient? Tang Li asked coldly. Shopkeeper Wu obviously saw that Tang Li's expression had changed, but he still replied politely, Lord Tang, I'm really sorry. How much compensation do you need? Just name your price. Tang Li snorted. Ning Jing didn't say anything. She took little Tang Tang and sat to the side to wait. It was obvious that they didn't want to leave. Shopkeeper Wu looked troubled when he saw this. Both of you, I'm not the boss, so I can't make the decision. If you don't leave and the higher-ups blame me, I'll have to leave. Both of you, please take it as I'm begging you. This is such a big tea house. What's the situation? Can't you give our family of 3 a courtyard to spend the night? It's the new year and it's snowing outside. We even have to take care of our child. Must you chase us away? Shopkeeper Wu, tell me, is this kind? How can a tea house last long if it's not kind? Ning Jing couldn't help but say. This tea house was so big that it had at least a few dozen courtyards. Tang Li had spent a lot of money to book the entire courtyard. Now that there was a situation, he wouldn't book the entire tea house and just stay in one courtyard. This was already the greatest concession they could make. Tang Li sat down lazily and casually crossed his legs. Humph, you can leave if you want. Get your boss to come out and give me a reason that will convince me wholeheartedly. Otherwise, do you believe that this lord will burn down your tea house to make my daughter happy? He didn't know if little Tang Tang understood her father's words, but she leaned into her mother's embrace and giggled in a particularly cooperative manner. Although shopkeeper Wu didn't know about Tang Li's background, he knew that Tang Li's background wasn't small. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Tang Li to reserve the entire manor. After hesitating for a while, he finally told them the truth. The 2 of you, to tell you the truth. Just an hour ago, 2 distinguished guests came to the manor and booked the entire manor. Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Li slammed the table and stood up. I booked it a few days ago. What is the meaning of this? What's wrong? Are we not VIP guests? Today, I want to see what a distinguished guest looks like. Master Tang, calm down, calm down. With a mysterious expression, shopkeeper Wu lowered his voice and said, Lord Tang, I can't afford to offend those 2 masters, and neither can you. It's not that I don't want to do business with you, it's that I can't do it. Do you understand? Listen to my advice and leave quickly. I'll send someone to clear the way for you, and I guarantee that you'll be sent to the county town properly. As for your losses, I'm willing to pay 3 times the price. Can't afford to offend them? Just because you can't afford to offend them, you don't have to follow the rules. Let me tell you, in this world, other than my brother and sister-in-law, there's no one I can't afford to offend. Lead the way for me, and I'll go meet your 2 distinguished guests and teach them the rules of first come, first served. The more Tang Li thought about it, the more sullen he felt. He actually encountered this kind of thing during the new year. If he didn't vent his anger, how could he survive in the underworld in the future? Shopkeeper Wu's patience finally ran out, and his face darkened. You 2, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. As soon as he finished speaking, a hidden dart instantly brushed past shopkeeper Wu's mouth, drawing a long line of blood. He was so shocked that he was stupefied and didn't understand what was going on. Another hidden dart appeared in Tang Li's hand out of nowhere. He fiddled with it and looked at shopkeeper Wu with interest. He smiled and said, I'll give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Go and invite your distinguished guests here. Tell them that I'm inviting you to drink a forfeit. Shopkeeper Wu was purely a businessman and didn't know anything about martial arts. He was so scared that he trembled and ran out without saying anything. But he hadn't gone out long before a group of blade-wielding page boys rushed in and surrounded Tang Li's family of 3. You're courting death. Tang Li's hands flashed with hidden weapons. Every hidden weapon was shot out without missing a target. They all hit vital points, but they didn't take lives. After all, he didn't want to kill anyone in front of little Tang Tang. Ning Jing pulled little Tang Tang into her arms and covered her eyes. However, little Tang Tang peeked out from between her mother's fingers. She wasn't afraid at all and instead giggled. Not long after, she pulled down her mother's hand and clapped. Daddy, good. Daddy is awesome. Tang Li cleaned up the room of servants in a few moves. He looked at little Tang Tang and said with a smile, "Is it fun?" "Yes. It's fun." Little Tang Tang was excited and her childish voice flowed smoothly. "Let's go. Daddy will take you out to play." Tang Li's anger was greatly reduced by his daughter's smile. However, this didn't mean that he would let it go easily. He picked up little Tang Tang and said to Ning Jing, "Follow behind me. Let's make our daughter happy." Ning Jing didn't have any objections and followed closely behind him. The husband and wife accompanied little Tang Tang, gesturing to the servants as they walked into the depths of the manor. Along the way, other than the sound of Tang Li's hidden weapons flying, there was only little Tang Tang's giggles. When they were far away, several shadow guards hiding in the shadows emerged. The leader was none other than Su Donglin. "Brother Dong, is that sect Master Tang and Madam Jing?" the shadow guard asked timidly. "Yes. Sect Master Tang doesn't seem to be stupid anymore." Su Donglin muttered to himself, "I've never heard Master mention it before." "Brother Dong, should we report this to Master?" the shadow guard asked again. "Looks like it's a coincidence." "Hee, it's a surprise for Master. I'll take the blame if they blame me." "Don't be afraid." Su Donglin laughed. When Master Tang went out, the shadow guard would naturally accompany them. He brought more than 20 shadow guards with him to stand guard around the manor. He knew as soon as Tang Li and the others approached the tea house. He was just curious about Manager Wu. Sect Master Tang had clearly booked the tea house first, so why didn't he tell the Emperor and Empress the truth when they came over? "Brother Dong, did Manager Wu see through Master Tang's identity?" the shadow guard asked again. "Not really. Master Tang probably offered a higher price than Sect Master Tang. Master Tang stayed for 3 days, and Sect Master Tang stayed for 1 night. Even if he paid 3 times as much, he still made a profit." Su Donglin said seriously. The Emperor and Empress were traveling incognito, so they didn't reveal their identities. Manager Wu had probably used honored guests to scare Tang Li, but it was probably just an excuse. He didn't really see through Master Tang's identity. "Brother Dong, Madam Jing is right. Manager Wu isn't honest when doing business. I wonder who Master Tang is." "I don't think he's an honest person either," the shadow guard sighed with emotion. "Who cares if he's honest or not? If Master Tang likes this manor, then just buy it." Su Donglin looked indifferent. If Master Tang had strength, then so did the servants. Very soon, Su Donglin was chasing after Tang Li and his family of 3. The manor was very large and filled with pageboys. Tang Li and little Tang Tang were having a great time playing around. Currently, Long Fei and Han Yunxi were resting in the deepest part of the estate, in the largest and most hidden courtyard. Neither of them had heard the commotion outside. Long Fei didn't like crowds. When he was Tianning's monarch, he'd always hide from the festivities and banquets. Those matters were simply too annoying. For example, the New Year's greetings on the first day of the year. He had to stay in his estate and wait for the officials to come in waves. How could he bear it? Now that he was emperor, it wasn't easy to hide, but he still did. He used the excuse of avoiding the cold to bring little Rui to number 7 tea house for the new year. He told the officials to send someone over if they had any urgent matters, but there was no need for them to come. Actually, he'd planned to head south to the Plum Blossom Sea, but the journey was too long for him to make it. Now that there were too many matters at court, he couldn't leave for too long. Northern Li was still in the midst of disaster relief, so he had to keep an eye on the situation. He was about to give up on going out when he happened to discover this hot spring tea house in the west of Yuning. It would only take 5 to 6 days to reach the place. Moreover, the tea and hot springs were to his liking, so he brought his wife and son here through the wind and snow. Han Yunxi sat on one side, arranging the red packets to be distributed. Things were different now. In the past, she didn't have to worry about red packets. But now that she was the empress and the mother of the nation, according to Cloud Realm's customs, the madams, and young misses of officials had to enter the palace to pay respects to her. Although she was going out, the red packets still had to be sent out from the tea house early in the morning. Otherwise, people would say she was stingy, especially the madams of the officials in the Jiangnan area. Of course, Han Yunxi prepared red packets for little Rui and Tang first. Although Long Fei Yi would give some as well, she was more than happy to add another packet for the children. Little Rui was sitting behind his mother, quietly pulling out banknotes from the red packets and stuffing them all into one. He was almost 1 year old. As expected of the son of Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi, he was already extraordinary in all aspects at such a young age. For example, he was taller than other children his age. Just by looking at his figure, people would believe that he was only 2 years old. His hands and feet were especially nimble. Little Tang had only been able to walk steadily after 1 year and 2 months. However, he could leave right now and even run on his toes. For example, little Tang could only speak single words when he was 1.5 years old. Now that he was almost 2 years old, he could only communicate with his parents smoothly. But he could already speak single words before he was 1 year old. For example, his sensitivity. He could sense even the slightest movement. Long Fei Yi had tested that his sensitivity was no less than that of a martial arts practitioner. For example, his ability to learn. Han Yunxi taught him almost everything that she taught him once, and he could remember it very well. For example, his courage. No matter if he met a stranger, a sudden situation, or a dangerous environment, he was never afraid, let alone cry. But even now, he cried when Long Fei Yi hugged him. He was not close to Long Fei Yi at all. If it weren't for the father and son's similar appearance and temperament, people would probably suspect that this child was not Long Fei Yi's biological son. Of course, no matter how amazing the talent of a child who was not even 1 year old was, he was still immature. Not only did he pull out the banknotes from the red packets, but he also resealed the seals and stacked them one by one. Han Yunxi carefully wrapped the red packets while Long Fei Yi stood by the window not far away, looking at the snow and thinking about things. Neither of them noticed what their son had done. Little Rui had probably emptied 10 red packets and put all 10 banknotes into one red packet. That red packet was hidden by him. What's that sound outside? Long Fei Yi suddenly asked. Han Yunxi didn't care, but Rui suddenly got up and ran out of the door. Chapter 12:21. As soon as Rui ran out, Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi immediately chased after him. As soon as they stepped out of the door, they heard the giggling of a little girl and the sound of flying concealed weapons. Su Donglin had set up defenses inside and outside the tea house, so there shouldn't have been such a big commotion. What's going on? Rui stood in front and seemed to be very interested in the little girl's laughter. Generally speaking, children of this age especially liked playmates of the same age. However, Rui was different. Not only did he not like to play with children of the same age, but he also especially hated playing with girls. Han Yunxi remembered that when little Rui had just learned to walk, a few titled madams had brought their granddaughters to the palace. Whether it was a baby girl in swaddling clothes, a baby girl learning to walk like Rui, or an older girl, she'd brought her granddaughters into the palace. Rui didn't like any of them and ignored them. Rui only liked to play with adults. If he wasn't clinging to his mother, he would be clinging to Su Donglin and the others. When he went to Gu Beiyue's place, he would definitely grab one of the little thing's ears and throw it out with all his strength. Then, he would cling to Gu Beiyue and make Gu Beiyue carry him. After standing for a while, Rui ran out of the courtyard and along the corridor on the right. Naturally, Han Yunxi and Long Fei followed along, but they hadn't gone far before they saw Manager Wu running towards them. Both of his hands had been struck by hidden darts, his face stained with blood. He screamed for help as he ran towards them. Little Rui was so calm. Shopkeeper Wu ran past him, but he didn't even look at him and continued running forward. He seemed to be curious and a little unhappy. His brows were slightly furrowed. At such a young age, there was an innate heroic spirit between his brows. It was obvious at a glance that he had an extraordinary background and was either rich or noble. Long Feiyi saw the darts in shopkeeper Wu's hands and became even more curious. However, he didn't continue to chase Rui. Han Yunxi stopped beside him and also sized up shopkeeper Wu, who was walking towards them. They immediately recognized the darts in shopkeeper Wu's hands. They were from the Tang sect. No wonder Su Donglin didn't do anything. But why did the Tang sect attack the people in the tea house? Since the people from the Tang sect and the Shadow Guard were here, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi were not worried about Rui. Although the two of them followed, they were not in a hurry. Rui ran very fast and soon arrived at the crime scene. Tang Li had just beaten 3 or 4 servants to the ground. Little Tang Tang clapped her hands and cheered, giggling loudly. Little Tang Tang had a loud voice, and the manners veranda was very quiet. Little Tang Tang's uninterrupted laughter seemed even louder, and after a long time, it had a kind of indescribable charm. Suddenly, little Tang Tang's laughter stopped abruptly. Tang Li and Ning Jing were also stunned. They saw a child. The child looked to be about 1.5 years old. His height was almost as tall as little Tang Tang. He stood in front of the servants on the ground and was basically treating them as air. He was not afraid at all. He put his hands behind his back and looked up at them. His eyes were even more beautiful than little Tang Tang's. His pupils were as dark as a deep pool, and his eyelashes were especially long and dense. Ignorant and cold eyes, people couldn't help but like it and want to laugh. This child, Rui, Ning Jing blurted out. When they first saw little Rui, he was still a baby in swaddling clothes. He only knew how to cry and laugh. Children under 1 year old grew quickly and their faces changed a lot. At this time, little Roy was very different from when they first met him. However, Ningjing still recognized him at a glance. Tang Li had no memory of the previous time, but he also unconsciously opened his mouth. You are Xianyuan Roy? This child was simply too similar to his brother, especially his heroic and imposing appearance. Roy, why are you here? Ningjing was very curious. Little Roy absolutely did not recognize them. At this time, he also completely ignored Tang Li and Ningjing. His eyes fell on little Tang Tang. Little Tang Tang had long noticed this little brother staring at her. She was held by her father and looked down at him from above. Her little face gradually tensed up, because she felt that this little brother's gaze was particularly unfriendly. Who is he? What is he doing here? Rui, you are Rui, right? Where are your parents? Ningjing asked as she walked over. Mother! Little Tang Tang shouted, not letting her go. Tang Tang, this is Rui, He is a little brother. Ningjing quickly explained. Little Roy just glanced at Ningjing from the corner of his eyes and still ignored her. Ningjing's heart was filled with emotion. This little guy was indeed Long Fei Ye's son. This cold and unapproachable look was exactly the same as Long Fei Ye's. At such a young age, he already gave off such an aura. What would happen when he grew up? Ningjing still walked forward, but as soon as she squatted down, Roy immediately retreated expressionlessly without a word. Ha! Tang Li put little Tang Tang down and laughed. Can't be wrong, he is definitely my brother's son. Haha, my brother was like this when he was young too. Tang Li naturally did not remember how Long Fei Yi looked like when he was around 1 year old, but he remembered that Long Fei Yi was already like this when he was 5 or 6 years old. He avoided people when he saw them and especially hated being close to them. Later on, when he grew up, he did not avoid people when he saw them because they would consciously stay away from him. Kid, your father was not close to anyone when he was young, but he was close to me. You have to call me uncle. Come, let me hug you. Where are your parents? Let's go find them. Tang Li said as he reached out to hug Rui. Rui did not give face to Ningjing, but he did not even give face to Tang Li and continued to retreat. Tang Li did not give up and took another step forward. Just as he was about to coax him, little Tang Tang suddenly screamed, Ah! Mother can hug other people, but father can't. Daddy belonged to her alone. Rui's brows immediately furrowed again when little Tang Tang screamed. He suddenly avoided Tang Li's hand and ran past him, going straight to little Tang Tang. Little Tang Tang did not expect this and was about to dodge when little Rui ran into her and knocked her down. This time, little Tang Tang screamed even louder. Rui pressed on top of her, crumpled a handkerchief into a ball, and stuffed it into her mouth to block her mouth. Ningjing and Tang Li were dumbfounded and did not recover for a while. Rui's movements earlier looked nimble, but now, he was practically pouncing on little Tang Tang. He struggled for a while and got up from little Tang Tang. He clapped his hands with a serious expression and said in a childish voice, Noisy. Ningjing and Tang Li both recovered. Tang Li quickly carried his daughter and tore off the handkerchief. He first checked her head, then other places, and asked anxiously, Where does it hurt? Tell father, where does it hurt? Does it hurt here? Does your head hurt here? Little Tang Tang did not make a sound. She pursed her lips tightly and looked at little Rui. Daughter, say something. Where does it hurt? Tang Li was anxious. Ning Jing frowned at her daughter's expression and did not make a sound. Although Ning Jing doted on her daughter, she did not spoil her as much as Tang Li. Usually, when little Tang Tang fell, Ning Jing would make her stand up on her own. Even if it hurt, she would make sure she stood up first before she carried her. However, Tang Li was different. Whenever little Tang Tang fell, he would immediately carry her. Even if she was not hurt, his heart would ache for a long time. However, after waiting for a while, little Tang Tang did not cry or make a sound. Ning Jing panicked. This little girl was not usually so timid. Why was she not talking? Tang Tang, where does it hurt? Say something. Ning Jing said. Rui stood at the side and stared at little Tang Tang. His young face was full of seriousness. He hated noise the most. No, it doesn't hurt. No, little Tang Tang said with great difficulty. Finally, she could not take it anymore. She closed her eyes and clenched her fists tightly. Using all her strength, she screamed, ah! 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 Rui's delicate little face crumbled. He covered his ears with both hands, turned around, and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Too scary. He did not run far before he bumped into his mother who was walking towards him. What's wrong? Han Yunxi picked up Rui. He lay on her shoulder and still covered his ears. He pursed his lips tightly. His expression was fierce but also somewhat pitiful. Long Fei Yi looked at him from the corner of his eyes. After a while, he said coldly, all right, don't tire your mother out. Come down. Seeing that Rui did not understand, Long Fei Yi pursed his lips and changed his words. If you don't come down, Imperial Father will carry you. These words were very effective. It was a tried and tested tactic. Rui immediately slid down from his mother and stood obediently at the side. Long Fei Yi still did not know why his son did not want him to carry him, but it did not seem to be a bad thing. At least, when the two of them could not discipline the little guy, he only had to say the word carry, and Rui would immediately be as obedient as a little rabbit. Baby Rui, why are you running? Who did you meet? Han Yunxi was very sensitive as a mother and sensed that Rui was afraid. She and Long Fei Yi had been busy for several months and finally had a few days of free time. Once they relaxed, they were lazy and would not even bother to lift the sky if it fell. Normally, she and Long Fei Yi would have chased after them to see what was going on. Long Fei Yi had already walked forward. Han Yunxi held Rui's hand and was about to follow. He saw a little girl about 2 years old dashing towards him. Her running speed was like a gust of wind, extremely fast. This girl was none other than little Tang Tang. Following closely behind little Tang Tang were two other people, Tang Li and Ning Jing. Long Fei Yi stopped abruptly. Ning Jing and Tang Li ran even faster when they saw Long Fei Yi from afar. Especially Tang Li, he directly overtook little Tang Tang and ran in front of Long Fei Yi, almost knocking him down. Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi were very surprised. Although they knew that the people from the Tang sect were coming, they did not expect it to be Tang Li and Ning Jing. Long Fei Yi took a step back and frowned at Tang Li. However, Tang Li laughed foolishly. Brother, sister-in-law. Chapter 12:22 Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi's hearts almost stopped beating at Tang Li's greeting of brother and sister-in-law. Tang Li recognized them. Long Fei Yi pressed down on Tang Li's shoulders, surprised and pleasantly surprised. He looked at Tang Li, unable to speak for a long time. The one he missed the most was his younger brother after all. The one he regretted the most was his younger brother after all. Han Yunxi strode over. She looked at Ning Jing, and then at Tang Li. Like Long Fei Yi, she was so surprised that she didn't know what to say. The surprise that Tang Li brought to them on New Year's Eve was too big. He's awake, and he can recognize everyone. It's just that he lost all his memories of the days when he was in a daze, Ning Jing explained. When did this happen? Why are you guys here? Han Yunxi quickly asked. This is a long story. Ning Jing walked over and bowed respectfully. Ning Jing greets Her Majesty the Empress. Han Yunxi quickly went to help her up. There are no outsiders here. What are you doing? Ning Jing followed etiquette, but Tang Li didn't care so much. No matter where Long Fei Yi sat, he was still his dearest older brother. It's good that you're awake. Long Fei Yi's tone was calm, but he put his arm around Tang Li's shoulders and hugged him tightly. This brotherly affection was better than words. Han Yunxi was filled with emotion. Long Fei Yi, this year is finally perfect, right? On the last night of the year, a sober Tang Li stood in front of them. This year, what was there to regret? Long Fei Yi let go of Tang Li and asked, Why did you run away again? It's a long story. Come, let's talk inside. Brother, this is a joke, an absolute joke. My father is getting more and more muddle-headed as he gets older. Tang Li laughed heartily. Long Fei Yi knew him the best. If he wasn't at the Tang sect at this time, he must have had a falling out with the two elders and left home. Turn right up ahead, there's a tea house. Long Fei Yi was very curious. Now that Tang Li was awake, shouldn't Tang Zijin be thanking the heavens? What else could he have done to make Tang Li run away with his wife and daughter during the new year? Did that old man really not want his son anymore? At this moment, Ning Jing exclaimed, Where's little Tang Tang? Han Yunxi looked back and found that her Rui Bao was gone. When they were talking, the two children were clearly at the side. Tang Li and Long Fei Yi were both walking forward. As soon as he heard Ning Jing's words, he immediately looked back. Sure enough, his precious daughter was gone. Where is he? Tang Li panicked. Daughter! Daughter! Han Yunxi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Did Tang Li have to be so dramatic? Why was he so anxious? She wouldn't get lost here. Ning Jing was already used to Tang Li's fussing. Since the Tang sect, he had spoiled his daughter to the heavens. Long Fei Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Tang Li without saying anything. Su Donglin, who had been hiding at the side, finally showed up. He said with a smile, Sect Master Tang, Miss, and the Crown Prince went to the back. Without a word, Tang Li chased after her, leaving Ning Jing with no choice but to follow. Han Yunxi was about to chase after them when she saw that Long Fei Yi didn't move. She asked, Shall we go and take a look? Because of little Rui's rejection, Long Fei Yi was too lazy to take the initiative to please the little guy. As for other people's children, even if it was Tang Li's daughter, he wasn't interested in them. I'll go make tea first. Let Su Donglin look after the two children. Don't come over and make a fuss. Long Fei Yi said and left. He was afraid of noise, especially when he was drinking tea and talking about things. He was most afraid of children making noise. In the past few months, he didn't know how many times he wanted to sit down with Han Yunxi to drink tea quietly and talk about things. However, little Rui would grab Han Yunxi's hand and make a fuss for Han Yunxi to play with him. If he wasn't his biological son, he would have kicked him away long ago. Little Rui's behavior was simply snatching Han Yunxi away from him. Han Yunxi knew Long Fei Ye's temper. She didn't say much and chased after Tang Li and the rest. She was curious as to why her son would kidnap little Tang Tang. However, when Han Yunxi caught up with them, she found that she was very wrong. It wasn't little Rui who kidnapped little Tang Tang. It was little Tang Tang who forced little Rui away. The two children were in the corridor on the west side, one in front and one behind. They were only 5 or 6 steps away from each other. The two looked at each other, and their young faces were full of seriousness. To be exact, they were fierce, as if they had seen their enemy. However, little Rui's aura was clearly weaker. Little Tang Tang took a step forward, and little Rui immediately took a step back. Little Tang Tang pouted and took another step forward. Little Rui frowned and looked fierce. Unfortunately, he still took a step back. Just like that, little Tang Tang walked forward step by step, and little Rui retreated step by step. Just now, they had silently made their way to this side, one advancing and one retreating. Su Donglin hid in the dark and witnessed the whole process. He almost laughed himself to death. He didn't expect that their bold crown prince, who dared to snatch the emperor's woman, would actually be afraid of little Tang Tang. At this moment, he was forced into a corner with no way out. Tang Li and Ning Jing were overjoyed, but Han Yunxi was dumbfounded. Was this child her domineering baby Rui? Haha, where's my brother? Where's my brother? Tang Li was extremely proud and smug. Su Donglin, go and find my brother. Let him come over and take a look. Ha ha ha. Let my daughter protect the crown prince in the future. What else could Han Yunxi say other than staying silent? She looked helplessly at little Rui, who was forced into a corner. She thought to herself that if the child's father saw this scene, he would probably beat him up. Suddenly, little Tang Tang walked forward again. Unable to retreat, little Rui pushed little Tang Tang away and hurriedly walked out from the corner, staring at little Tang Tang warily. Brat, a gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. This is the second time. Tang Li was about to help his daughter up when little Tang Tang nimbly got up on her own and glared at little Rui. Rui refused to be outdone and glared at her cold. Little Tang Tang suddenly took a step forward, and little Rui was very sensitive and retreated at almost the same time. Little Tang Tang put her hands on her hips and looked down on little Rui like a big sister. Rui put his hands behind his back and looked down at little Tang Tang with an invincible posture. Han Yunxi was comforting him when little Tang Tang suddenly screamed. In an instant, little Rui's cold expression collapsed on his young face and he turned to run. Little Tang Tang screamed and chased after him. Not long after, the two children disappeared into the corridor. Han Yunxi finally understood what was going on. Little Tang Tang's scream was simply a trump card. Little Rui wasn't afraid of anything but noise. Little Tang Tang actually knew his weakness when they met this time. Han Yunxi finally laughed out loud. Tang Li was the happiest and also the first to give chase. Just like that, little Tang Tang screamed and chased after little Roy. Little Roy wasn't afraid but annoyed. He ran very, very fast. The adults were also retreating and could easily catch up, but they all kept a certain distance. Everyone wanted to know who would win in the end. Long Fei Yi was completely unaware of all this. He waited in the tea room and finally got impatient and asked the shadow guard to rush them. The shadow guard made a trip and came back to report, "Master, Her Majesty said that the two children are causing a ruckus and wants you to go take a look." Long Fei Yi didn't say anything and just waved his hand to dismiss the shadow guard. He smelled the freshly brewed tea and was incomparably relaxed. The entire tea house was covered in snow and the cold air was especially clean and fresh. At this time, the wind and snow had stopped and the whole world was quiet. Long Fei Yi liked to brew tea in snowy weather. In this climate, a cup of hot tea could wash away the fatigue and dust. His heart could calm down. Being in a high position, the most important thing was to have a calm heart. Only with a calm heart could one see through the world under their feet and the people and things in their hands. Unfortunately, the tea trees in the tea house were all covered in snow. If there were winter plum blossoms to decorate this white world, Long Fei Yi would probably stay for a few more days. The person who opened this tea house must be someone who knew tea. To be able to open several tea houses in such a short time and come up with a hot spring treatment method, it shouldn't be simple. Regardless of their status, Long Fei was still interested in the owner of a tea house who shared similar interests. Of course, he was more interested in this tea house. Looking at the progress of the project in the imperial capital, he and Han Yinshi would have to stay in Yunning for 2 or 3 years. This tea house was so close to Yunning that it would be a good place for them to pass the time. Long Fei Yi already had the idea of buying this tea house and planting plum trees. Thinking of this, he thought of shopkeeper Wu. Just as he was about to ask Su Donglin, who knew that a child's scream would come from afar. Long Fei Yi followed the sound and saw that it was getting louder and louder. He saw little Roy running across the veranda opposite the tea house with little Tang Tang behind him, shouting and chasing. Long Fei Yi didn't understand at first, but after looking carefully for a while, he immediately understood. His son was actually being chased by a little girl. Xianyuan Roy. Long Fei Yi got up and flew over. With a flip, he quietly landed in front of little Roy. As soon as she saw Long Fei Yi's cold face, little Tang Tang stopped abruptly and shut her mouth in shock. Little Roy covered his ears with both hands and rushed forward. Bang! Little Roy crashed into Long Fei Yi's leg. Fortunately, he was agile and caught Long Fei Yi's robe in time. Otherwise, he would have bounced off. Little Roy looked up and saw his tall and proud father, like a majestic god, standing in front of him and looking down at him. His father's cold face was particularly scary. Ah! Little Roy, who had been silent until now, finally screamed. He immediately let go and turned to run. He had already run past little Tang Tang, but then he turned back and grabbed little Tang Tang's arm to escape with her. The most terrifying person in the world was his father. When he got angry, it was no joke. Han Yinshi and Tang Li's group weren't far behind. When the two children saw them, they let go of each other's hands. Little Tang Tang threw herself into Tang Li's arms and began to sob. She was really scared. That uncle who just appeared out of thin air was so scary. Little Roy threw himself into his mother's arms and quietly rested on her shoulder. He glanced at the crying little Tang Tang and quickly covered his ears again. Like a little adult, he let out a heavy sigh. Chapter 12:23. Long Fei Yi walked over to Han Yinxi and the rest. Seeing little Tang Tang crying, he frowned and asked coldly, "What happened just now?" He hated it when children cried, except for his own. After Rui grew up, other than crying when he was carried, he basically didn't cry at all. He hadn't heard a child cry in a long time. As soon as Long Fei Yi spoke, little Tang Tang snuggled into her father's arms and cried softly. She was scared to death, but she couldn't help sneaking glances at her uncle. Just a glance and she immediately hid again. The child was just playing. Rui pushed Tang Tang down and even stuffed a handkerchief into her mouth to make a fuss, Han Yinxi explained with a smile. Tang Li had already complained to her on the way here. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was right or wrong in this kind of thing? The two children were still so young and didn't know what was right or wrong. She and Ning Jing just treated it as a joke as Tang Li complained seriously. Hearing this, Long Fei's cold eyes flashed with a trace of amusement, but it disappeared as quickly as it came. He looked at his son and said sarcastically, "Then why are you running? You already have the ability to push people. Are you afraid of being beaten?" Han Yunxi and Ning Jing could tell that Long Fei Yi was mocking his son. Little Rui looked at his father innocently and didn't say a word. Tang Tang won't hit anyone. The little girl is very smart. She chased after Rui and shouted to make a fuss. Han Yinxi laughed. Rui's cute eyes were filled with resentment. It was bad enough that his mother wasn't protecting him, but she was praising others. But despite his resentment, little Rui still hugged his mother's neck tightly and refused to let go. Seeing this, Long Fei Yi couldn't help laughing. He rubbed Rui's little head and said sternly, "Don't push people next time." Unexpectedly, Tang Li became cocky. He chuckled and said, "A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists." "Brother, look, it's still more sensible to have a daughter." Little Tang Tang only used her mouth, but Rui really did it. Tang Li's words hit the nail on the head. He burst out laughing. Long Fei Yi wanted to shut Tang Li up when Rui suddenly said, "Make way." Rui didn't quite understand what the adults were talking about, but he could roughly guess what they meant. He was too lazy to talk at first, but when he saw that his noisy uncle, Tang Li, kept talking non-stop, he knew that his father was annoyed. If he didn't clear his name, who knew if Imperial Father would find him to settle the score? There was only one way for Imperial Father to find him, and that was to throw him to Granny Zhao and not let him sleep with Imperial Mother. Before anyone understood what Rui meant by "make way," Long Fei Yi looked satisfied. He said to Tang Li, "Our son is sensible and knows to give way to a girl." In other words, if Rui didn't give way to little Tang Tang, would she have chased him to this extent? She might have chased him out long ago. If it was in the past, Tang Li wouldn't dare to argue with his brother. But it was different now. He had a precious daughter. No matter what, he couldn't let his precious daughter be taken advantage of. He immediately retorted, "A daughter is more sensible than a son." She was just teasing her brother and didn't take it seriously. In other words, if little Tang Tang was serious, she wouldn't have chased him in such a big circle. She would have caught up and shouted at little Rui's ear. Tang Li was a child slave and was especially protective. Long Fei Yi was strict with Rui on the surface and didn't spoil him at all, but in fact, he loved him dearly. How could he not be protective? Thus, the two brothers took turns to defend their child. Han Yunxi and Ning Jing looked at each other and smiled, tacitly remaining silent. Although little Tang Tang buried her head in her father's arms, she was listening attentively to the conversation between her father and her eldest uncle. She could basically understand the literal meaning of the conversation, but she didn't understand the hidden meaning. Therefore, she was especially confused. She didn't understand why these two adults had to argue for so long over the same meaning. As for little Rui, he couldn't even understand the literal meaning. He leaned on his mother's shoulder and tilted his head to look at his father with a confused expression. He realized that his father was a lot more talkative today. Although he didn't like talkative people, his father was definitely an exception. His father was much more amiable when he was talkative. Long Fei Yi and Tang Li argued until the end. Long Fei Yi said, "As an older sister, you naturally have to be sensible." In other words, little Rui, was the younger brother, and it was already very nice of him to give in. This time, Tang Li was immediately speechless. Little Tang Tang was the older sister, and no matter how much she argued with little Rui, it would be wrong. After all, little Rui, was still young, about a year younger than little Tang Tang. Tang Li looked unwilling. Long Fei Yi turned to Rui and said, "In the future, you still have to give in to your older sister and take care of her, okay?" In the end, Tang Li was defeated. Little Tang Tang had stopped crying, but he lifted her up high to play with her. "Come, come, come. Give your imperial uncle a smile. My daughter's smile is so sweet." As soon as little Tang Tang was lifted up, she immediately giggled again. Little Rui had already covered his ears and lazily laid on his mother's shoulder. He didn't want to play such a childish game. At this moment, Tang Li suddenly tossed little Tang Tang high into the air. Han Yunxi was shocked. Little Rui also hurriedly got up and looked in disbelief. Little Tang Tang wasn't afraid and even laughed even louder. This game seemed very exciting. Little Rui looked and unknowingly put his thumb into his mouth and sucked on it with relish. That pair of big innocent eyes also blinked. Others didn't know, but Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi were very clear about this little guy's habits. Whenever he saw someone or something that moved him, he would suck on his thumb. He was very proud and wouldn't take the initiative to ask, but his thoughts were written all over his face and actions. Han Yunxi didn't dare to bring her son to play such a dangerous game. She would cry herself to death if she didn't catch him after being thrown so high. In fact, Long Fei Yi wanted to play more than Rui, but he endured it. If Rui cried as soon as he caught him, it would be too embarrassing if Tang Li and the others misunderstood that Rui cried because he was scared by being thrown up high. In the end, Long Fei Yi turned back to the tea room with an expressionless face. Seeing that his imperial father had also left, Rui looked pitifully at his imperial mother, clearly wanting her to play with him. Little Rui's eyes were very similar to Long Fei Yi's, but there was a naivety and pitifulness in them that Long Fei Yi never had. Han Yunxi had no way to resist such eyes and stares. She and Long Fei Yi couldn't figure out why Rui was afraid of Long Fei Yi. They usually got along well, but it wasn't exactly rejection. He just didn't want to be hugged. Han Yunxi thought that it was rare for Rui to find a game he liked. Perhaps this would be an opportunity. She quickly carried Rui to the tea room and whispered patiently, Rui, Imperial Father will play with you, okay? Long Fei understood Han Yinxi's intention and his attitude became gentler. He leaned closer and smiled at Rui. Son, Daddy will play with you, okay? The two words, Daddy, were closer than the two words, Imperial Father. Rui looked at him and didn't say anything for a long time. Long Fei and Han Yinxi waited patiently while little Tang Tang played happily on the side. Her laughter filled the corridor. Rui seemed to be in deep thought for a long time before shaking his head. He walked to the side and sat down with his arms crossed in a dignified manner. Han Yunxi and Long Fei were both annoyed and amused. They couldn't do anything about the little guy. For this matter, Granny Zhao had prayed to the gods and Buddha many times. She had even asked many fortune tellers, but to no avail. In fact, it was better to ask Rui. It was a pity that Rui couldn't explain why he didn't want to be hugged by his father. Han Yunxi and Long Fei could only wait until Rui was a little older and could express himself more accurately. Only then would they know the reason. Kid, whenever you want Daddy to hug you, come over anytime. Long Fei had said this countless times, but Rui just stared at him and didn't say anything. Soon, Tang Li and Ning Jing came over. Everyone said that daughters were their father's lovers in their previous lives, but Tang Li was treating his daughter as his little lover in this life. Even now, he was holding little Tang Tang in his arms. Even when they sat down to drink tea, he had his daughter sit on his lap. Not to mention Han Yunxi, even Ning Jing didn't have the chance to hug her. Tang Li held the tea and asked softly, Daughter, do you want some? Little Tang Tang nodded obediently. Tang Li became serious. Here, just one sip. Children can't drink tea. Yes, just one sip. The lively little Tang Tang was tired from playing and was as obedient as a little rabbit in her father's arms. She was very likable. Han Yunxi's heart melted. At this moment, she really wanted to have a daughter. As for Long Fei, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Tang Li several times. Although he didn't say a word, his eyes more or less betrayed his heart. Tang Li carefully fed little Tang Tang a cup of tea and asked happily, Is it good? Little Tang Tang stuck out her tongue and shook her head. This was the first time someone complained that Long Fei's tea didn't taste good. After all, the tea prepared by No. 7 Tea House was already very top-notch, but Long Fei didn't like it and brought his own tea to brew. In the past, if someone dared to complain about Long Fei's tea, Tang Li would be the first to stand up and laugh at them for not knowing what was good. However, the present was different from the past. Tang Li, who had a daughter, had completely abandoned his brother. He said, Don't drink it if it doesn't taste good. Are you hungry? Long Fei and Han Yunxi didn't argue, but Ning Jing's face darkened. We just ate 2 hours ago. How can we be hungry? Go play somewhere else. The adults want to talk. Tang Li was really too much. Although they were close, he couldn't just leave Long Fei and Han Yunxi aside like this. Tang Li realized that he was too engrossed this time. He scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. He put little Tang Tang down and didn't forget to say, Daughter, you have to tell me if you're hungry. Long Fei looked at little Tang Tang and then at little Rui, who was sitting at the side and watching the snow. His gaze was really complicated. The two children played at the side, and the adults could finally sit down to drink tea and talk. Ning Jing was quiet. Tang Li, the talkative guy, almost unreservedly told them about the stupid things his father did. That's right, he ran away from home to complain. Chapter 12:24. The tea house was very quiet. Ning Jing hung her head as Tang Li complained in full detail. Han Yunxi and Long Fei watched quietly. Although their expressions shifted, they didn't interrupt Tang Li. Little Tang Tang ran off to make a snowman. Little Roy glanced at her before returning his attention to Tang Li. He listened intently, his expression the same as his father's. As for how much he understood, only he knew. When Tang Li finished, Han Yunxi slapped the table. Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. Long Fei said, Tang Li, does your father count as deceiving the sovereign? Long Fei hadn't received any reports from Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, but Tang Zijing dared to use his name to fabricate false rumors. If Ning Jing wasn't an understanding person, heaven knows what would happen if the news reached the Ning clan's ears. It does. It's the same as a false imperial decree, a serious crime. Tang Li huffed. Long Fei gave a cold snort. You can keep it. When he comes looking for you, Jin will settle the score with him. Tang Li was waiting for Long Fei to say those exact words. He would definitely send someone to spread Long Fei's words back to the Tang clan so that Tang Zijing would hear them. Now it wasn't him, the son, who was threatening Tang Zijing, but Long Fei, the emperor himself. Tang Zijing only had two choices if he wanted him to go back. 1. He could stop forcing him to take concubines and go back willingly. 2. He could find Yining and confess to his crime of deceiving the sovereign before discussing other matters later. Thrilled, he chuckled and said, Big bro, as long as you take us in, I'm willing to work like an ox or a horse. Long Fei rolled his eyes and said coldly, I'm not lacking. Ning Jing was also filled with gratitude. She explained, Your Majesty, I acted on my own and used second-hand weapons. It was inappropriate. I hope the Tang clan was in charge of this matter in the first place. I only need to find cheap and easy-to-use weapons. Han Yunxi said seriously. Buying back second-hand weapons is an excellent idea. I'll have to reward the Tang sect during the Four Armies Conference after spring. Ning Jing naturally understood Han Yunxi's good intentions. She swore to herself that she would take good care of Cloud Realm's weapons no matter what. She would never allow anything like this to feather her own pockets. As they chatted, the sky turned dark. Su Donglin had already cleared out all the servants and coachmen in the tea house and replaced them with the servants they brought from Yining. A palace maid came over to light the lamps and whispered in Han Yunxi's ear, Your Majesty, Xiao Mama is almost done with the preparations. The banquet can begin in a while. On New Year's Eve, Han Yunxi had originally wanted Xiao Mama to prepare a family banquet so that the family of three could eat quietly and watch the fireworks. Now that Tang Li and the others were here, the banquet was still a family banquet, but it had to be livelier. On the way here, Han Yunxi had already given orders. Even little Tang Tang's rice had to be prepared separately. You're all hungry, right? Let's go to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and try Xiao Mama's cooking, Han Yunxi said teasingly. However, Su Donglin came over at this time. Master, I've investigated everything. The one surnamed Wu doesn't know Master and Your Majesty's identities, but Master offered a price several times higher than the Tang sect masters, so he went back on his word and wanted to chase the Tang sect master away. Moreover, this tea house wasn't supposed to accept guests. It was the one surnamed Wu who wanted to stay here for the new year and make a profit of his own accord. That manager Wu was greedy for money and afraid of death, so he didn't need Su Donglin to interrogate him personally. His subordinates only needed to ask him a few questions before he confessed everything. As expected of an honored guest, Tang Li muttered to himself. He'd already offered a very high price, but who knew he'd run into a true moneybag? Long Fei Yi had no interest in Manager Wu. Coldly, he asked, what kind of divine being is his master? I did, but he doesn't know the origins of the owner. He said he's a handsome man who knows a lot about the Tao of tea. Many of the tea trees in the tea house were personally planted by the owner himself. If this was a few years ago, Long Fei Yi would have a good understanding of the Tao of tea in Cloud Realm continent. But after so many years of hard work, he had no idea how many newcomers had joined the tea house. Name and residence? Long Fei Yi asked next. Su Donglin shrugged his shoulders. That one surnamed Wu doesn't know either. He said the owner invited him to take care of the tea house for a few months. Once spring comes, the owner will return. Han Yunxi interjected, tea houses 1 to 10 don't accept guests. No, only tea house 7 doesn't accept guests. Supposedly, this tea house is the most secluded of all. The tea leaves here are the highest quality of all the tea houses, Su Donglin explained. Long Fei Yi hadn't finished touring the entire tea house, but he'd seen plenty of tea trees along the way. Indeed, they were of the highest quality. Could it be that he's going to live here by himself? Han Yunxi wondered, as if suspecting something. Go investigate clearly and find the owner. Just say Zhen wants to buy this tea house and have him name a price, Long Fei Yi instructed. Tang Li immediately expressed his stance. Brother, I'll stay here and help you take care of the tea house. I won't go back to Yuning with you. Long Fei Yi replied with 4 words, we don't accept guests. The reason why he'd spent so much money to reserve the entire tea house was because he didn't want anyone to disturb him. If it hadn't been his younger brother who'd come recently, he would have chased him away long ago. He'd bought this tea house to give to Han Yunxi to make up for the regret of not being able to accompany her to Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Sea for the new year. This tea house was the same as Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Sea. No guests would stay here in the future. Tang Li was incomparably resentful. He secretly thought about how he'd figure out the Tang sect's finances one day and find a reason to spend a sum of money to buy a tea house. Now that he had a family and privacy, leaving home to live under someone else's roof wasn't a solution. Tang Zijin was celebrating the new year alone on Crouching Dragon Peak. If he knew his son's thoughts, what would he think? Han Yunxi stood up and looked around. The more she looked, the more she liked this tea house. If Long Fei Yi bought it, then she'd be able to live in a corner in the future. If Long Fei was busy, then so be it. In any case, there was nothing to do in the imperial harem, much less any concubines for her to worry about. Moreover, as the head of the military, there wasn't much to worry about right now, so she had plenty of free time. From time to time, she'd bring Rui, or here to stay for a few days to learn the way of tea and plant tea trees. Han Yunxi picked Rui, her up and asked, Son, do you like it here? Rui, nodded. As a man of few words, he wouldn't say a word if he didn't have to. Let's have Imperial Father buy it and give it to Mother, okay? Han Yunxi asked again. Rui shook his head in disagreement. Han Yunxi was amused. Everyone else didn't understand, but she understood very well. She asked again, then give it to Rui okay? This time, Rui finally opened his golden mouth and answered without hesitation, okay. Everyone was amused. Long Fei couldn't help but laugh, but he still didn't agree. He said, "You're not allowed to fight with your mother." Tang Li and Ning Jing were very surprised. They'd never seen a father like Long Fei. Han Yunxi was long used to it, and so was Rui. He glanced at his imperial father and turned away, ignoring him. When Rui was a little older, he'd probably say, "Petty." When he was a little older, he'd probably say, "Don't care." As for what he was thinking now, no one knew. Little Tang Tang ran over from the snow and hugged her daddy's thigh. She said in a childish voice, "Daddy, bow bow, hug." Tang Li immediately carried little Tang Tang up and kissed her forehead. He immediately rubbed her hands to keep her warm. Long Fei looked at them deeply and was the first to walk out of the tea house. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was the tallest pavilion in the tea house. It was on the east side of the tea house, and there was a lake beside the pavilion. At this time, the lake was already frozen and could be stepped on. The dinner was set in the spacious hall on the second floor of the pavilion. When Han Yunxi and the rest arrived, the large round table was already filled with delicious wine and delicacies. Long Fei and Han Yunxi sat at the head of the table. Little Rui sat beside Han Yunxi, and Granny Zhao stood at the side to wait on them. Tang Li and Ning Jing sat at the side. Little Tang Tang didn't want to sit alone and insisted on being carried by Tang Li. Ning Jing tried to stop her again and again, but little Tang Tang didn't cry or make a fuss. She just looked at her daddy pitifully. Tang Li's heart immediately softened, and he still carried little Tang Tang to sit on his lap. Long Fei looked at Tang Li deeply again, but unfortunately, Tang Li didn't notice. Seeing this, little Rui, who always liked to sit by himself, suddenly wanted a hug too. He stood up and took a step forward on his mother's body. "Oh, little master, be careful not to fall." Granny Zhao hurriedly supported him. Little Rui looked at his mother with a pitiful expression. "Mother, hug." In fact, little Rui wasn't a clingy child. Usually, he would stick to her when he was wronged or when he was sleeping. Otherwise, he would basically play by himself. On the other hand, Han Yunxi would sometimes stick to her son and want to hug and kiss him. Okay. Hug." Han Yunxi also let little Rui sit on her lap. "Let's start the dinner," Long Fei said faintly. Granny Zhao hurriedly opened the bowl of chicken soup in the center. No chicken, no banquet. Yuning Continent's New Year's custom was to have a bowl of chicken soup for dinner overnight. Ever since little Rui was born, Granny Zhao could be said to have been cooking from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. On the last day, she still made a pot of old hen soup. Granny Zhao first served a bowl to Long Fei. Long Fei felt a little nauseous when he saw it. Yes, this year in the military camp, the old hen soup in the imperial study was no less than what Han Yunxi drank. Long Fei pushed the bowl of chicken soup to Tang Li. "Here." Now, he would no longer ask Granny Zhao to make chicken soup for Han Yunxi. Tang Li was about to decline when Long Fei said, "We're eating as a family, so there's no need for those rules. Let's eat." Thus, Han Yunxi also pushed her bowl of chicken soup to Ning Jing. Tang Li and Ning Jing, who were unaware of the situation, drank with relish. Granny Zhao was overjoyed when she saw this, thinking that Master Li would be staying for a while this time. She had raised more than 100 hens, and finally, there was a market. If it wasn't for tonight's family dinner, she wouldn't dare to make chicken soup again, because old hen soup had been personally listed as a forbidden product in the palace by His Highness. After drinking the chicken soup, the real banquet began. The palace maids came to pour wine one after another. It was also during the New Year's Eve family dinner that Long Fei Yi made an exception to drink wine. Ning Jing, we spent New Year's Eve at Three-Way Black Market a few years ago. Gu got me drunk, and my brother took revenge for me by getting Gu drunk until he was unconscious for a few days. Although Gu was drunk at that time, he was only unconscious for a few days. Tang Li was obviously exaggerating. Really? Ning Jing didn't quite believe it. Suddenly, someone sneered, "It's fake." Humph. Everyone was shocked. They looked at each other and shook their heads blankly. Who was the one who said that? Chapter 12:25. Who was the one who answered Tang Li just now? That sarcastic voice sounded a little familiar. While everyone was still at a loss, Long Fei had long raised his head to look at the roof beam. He saw a tall and slim man dressed in fiery red robes, his features enough to topple cities. He was lying lazily on the beam, his head cocked to one side as he watched them with interest. Who else could this person be but Gu? Everyone looked up and was surprised to see Gu Qishao. This guy was actually here? Gu, you're the Manor Lord, right? Han Yunxi was the most surprised. She was somewhat suspicious when Su Donglin mentioned the Manor Lord. She originally wanted to investigate after the new year, but she didn't expect Gu to appear. Gu's smile didn't change at all. It was still as bright as the stars. He fluttered his luxurious red robe and slowly descended. He was so beautiful that he looked like a red lotus flower that was slowly blooming. He chuckled and said, "Poison girl, Chi brother missed you." Before he could finish, Long Fei Yi threw the wine cup in his hand at him. It was so fast and powerful that it was shocking. Gu Qishao had narrowly avoided being hit, a thrilling sight to the onlookers. However, once Gu dodged, his smile became even more wanton. He landed beside Han Yunxi and suddenly picked up Rui from her arms. He was so fast that Han Yunxi couldn't avoid him. Rui was slow to react. Gu carried Rui and looked left and right. He pinched Rui's nose and ears. The more he looked, the happier he became. He laughed loudly. "Long Fei Yi, I missed you too. Would Gu miss Long Fei Yi?" "How could that be?" Gu Qishao said, "Long Fei, this old man misses your son too." At this time, Rui finally recovered from the shock and stared at Gu suspiciously. Who is this guy? He should be very familiar with Imperial Father and Imperial Mother. Otherwise, how could she snatch him away from Imperial Mother's arms? How could Imperial Mother not be worried? Gu's narrow and flirtatious eyes suddenly looked straight into Rui's black and white eyes. The look in his eyes was the same as the way he looked at his poison lass. It was filled with love. Rui didn't back down and looked straight into his eyes. Rui realized that this uncle's eyes were very beautiful. Other than his father's eyes, this was the most beautiful pair of eyes he had ever seen. Rui. Quick, call me godfather." Gu's excitement was no less than the joy of becoming a father for the first time. Little Rui was confused. What the hell is godfather? He had never heard of this word before. Rui finally regained his senses. He didn't want anyone to carry him. He was about to struggle when Gu Qishao suddenly lifted him high into the air. Ah! Rui's eyes lit up and his confused expression turned into disbelief. This uncle dared to lift him up. Following this, would there be? Little Rui had hardly begun to look forward to it when Gu Qishao suddenly tossed him high up into the air. Rui wasn't afraid at all and only felt that it was especially exciting and fun. He couldn't wait to fly higher. This is so fun! He chuckled, and his laughter was even louder than Tang Tang's. Very soon, he was falling in a straight line, but Gu Qishao caught him precisely. TSK, you look so much like Poison Lass. You look even more alike when you laugh. It'd be great if you had a daughter, but a son isn't bad either. Rui clearly looked more like Long Fei. Did Gu misjudge or did he do it on purpose? As he spoke, he suddenly tossed Rui into the air. This time, he tossed Rui even higher than before. After a few rounds, Rui couldn't stop giggling as if his acupoint had been hit. Long Fei's gaze followed his son up and down. Although he was expressionless and didn't say anything, he wanted to fly over and pull the little guy down, hold him in his arms, and cover his mouth. Finally, Gu stopped and held Rui in his arms. Rui couldn't stop laughing. Call me Godfather, quick! Gu urged. Rui was happy, but he still looked at his mother inquisitively. Still, Rui's reaction surprised Long Fei and Han Yinshi. Under normal circumstances, if Rui didn't like or didn't understand something, he would reject it domineeringly and decisively. He rarely asked for his parents' opinion. Gu's game of lifting him up had at least conquered a third of Rui's heart. Before Han Yinshi could say anything, Gu's large hand blocked Rui's view, forcing him to look at him. Quick, call me Godfather. In the future, everything I have will be yours. I promise I'll take you to eat and drink well, and you'll be free. Ahem. Long Fei coughed lightly. Rui was about to look over when Gu's other hand blocked his view again. Rui looked at the red-clothed uncle in front of him, his gaze becoming confused again. Where did this guy come from? How dare he be so presumptuous in front of Imperial Father and Imperial Mother? Gu suddenly conjured a bamboo dragonfly like a magic trick. Do you like it? Rui's gaze immediately fell on the bamboo dragonfly with a look of disdain. On the other hand, little Tang Tang looked at it eagerly. She really wanted it. You don't like it? Gu Qishao switched to another candy and took out a candy. It's sweet, do you want some? Rui's disdain gradually turned into disdain. He hated candy the most. Anyone who tried to coax him with candy was an idiot. You don't like candy? Ha, you're just like Godfather. I don't like sweet either. Gu threw away the candy and took out another one. God knows how many things he brought. He changed them one by one: cloth tigers, roly-poly toys, tangrams, 9 rings, rattles, pottery balls, clay figurines, Lubon locks, and so on. Rui couldn't help but look down on them. Long Fei was actually a little nervous when he saw Rui smiling so happily at first. But when he saw that Gu only took out some childish and boring toys, he wasn't worried at all. Rui had played with all of Gu's toys a month or 2 ago. He had just gotten tired of tangrams, 9 rings, and Lubon locks before coming to number 7 tea house. It wasn't him or Han Yinshi who taught Rui these things. It was Rui's teacher, Gu Beiyue. Gu took out all the toys he prepared. He was suspicious. "Kid, you don't like any of them?" Rue shook his head expressionlessly. He didn't just dislike them. Gu didn't play with any toys when he was young. In fact, he didn't know what children could play with. The only reason he knew about these toys was because he specifically asked someone. "Then what do you like?" Gu asked curiously. Long Fei also spoke at this time. "Rue, come over here." Rue glanced at Gu and then at his father. He didn't hesitate and walked over to his father. "Rue, look at this." Gu quickly took out a seed. Rue glanced at it but still wasn't interested. "Rue, look." Gu Qishao simply tossed the seed into the snow outside. In a flash, a thorny vine sprouted from the ground and split into multiple vines that floated in the air. Rue turned around and was immediately stunned. Gu's plant essence had been completely corroded by the perplexing butterfly illusion, but he still hid a lot of blood vine seeds that he had nurtured with his immortal blood. These seeds had nothing to do with him and he couldn't control them now. However, these seeds still maintained their rapid growth characteristics. Rue rushed to the balcony and squatted under the railing, looking at the huge thorny vine that appeared out of nowhere. So magical, so powerful, so fun. Gu glanced at Long Fei smugly and immediately chased after him. He took out another seed. "Rue, here, plant it." Rue didn't hesitate at all and immediately caught it. He looked at the seed and casually threw it out. As soon as the seed landed, it instantly broke out of the ground and grew wildly, growing into a huge blood vine. Its branches waved in the air, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Fun! Rue finally opened his mouth. This was also the first thing Gu said to him. Gu was happy and grabbed a bunch of thorny vine seeds and stuffed them all into Rue's hands. "Here, plant a thorny forest here." One had to know that he was no longer immortal and indestructible, so his blood could no longer nurture the blood vines. Every time one of these seeds was used, there would be one less seed left. How could he let Rue play with such precious seeds like toys? It was rare for Rue to have such a favorite toy and he had long forgotten about it. He threw the seeds down one by one and planted the thorny vines one by one. He didn't know where these seeds came from and didn't know how to cherish them. He was having so much fun and couldn't stop laughing. Long Fei and the rest sat in the room and looked out from the open door. They found that under the brilliant lights, one big and one small, one red and one purple, two figures, one big and one small, looked so harmonious. Rue's smile was pure and clean, and Gu's smile was just like a child's. Long Fei watched quietly and didn't disturb them. Rue planted many thorny vines. Finally, when the wind blew, Gu carried him into the room. Rue was holding a big pouch in his hand, and it was obvious that it was full of thorny vine seeds. Gu carried Rue and sat down opposite Long Fei. The palace maids quickly served bowls, chopsticks, and wine. Rue didn't notice that his father was staring at him at this moment. He lowered his head and counted the thorny vine seeds in the pouch. The Grand Tutor had already taught him how to count and he could now count from 1 to 100. Of course, he would make mistakes occasionally. Gu ordered the palace maids to bring Rue's bowl and chopsticks over. It looked like he was going to feed Rue. Han Yinshi frowned bitterly. She didn't believe that Gu could feed Rue. Even Long Fei couldn't do it until now. There was no other reason except that he didn't have enough patience. Who knew that after Rui's food was brought over, Gu would feed him spoonful by spoonful and Rui would eat obediently and smoothly. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi were dumbfounded. Rui had been completely bought over by Gu's thorny vine seeds. Gu, Long Fei Yi was about to speak when Gu interrupted. No matter how big the matter is, let's wait. A child's food is more important than anything else. Long Fei Yi was speechless. Tang Li, who was feeding Tang Tang, looked up and said seriously, yes. Chapter 12:26. How did Tang Li and Gu become the same kind of people? Long Fei ignored everyone but stared at his precious son. Unfortunately, his son hadn't spared him a single glance ever since he'd entered the house. Han Yunxi finally realized that there was something wrong with the way they'd been eating over the past few nights. She lowered her head silently and ate without saying a word. Gu carried little Rui and fed him energetically. As for Tang Li, not only did he care about his precious daughter, but he also took special care of Ning Jing. He helped Ning Jing pick up a bunch of food and said, "Ning Jing, my brother said that we don't have to be so polite when eating with our family. You don't have to be polite with them." Ning Jing was still able to let go of Han Yunxi. However, it would be a lie to say that Ning Jing was not nervous to eat at the same table as Long Fei Yi. Ning Jing was so nervous that she was very restrained. If not for Tang Li picking up food for her, she would probably only be able to eat plain rice. Other than Han Yunxi, who else in the world could be completely relaxed eating at the same table as Long Fei Yi? Even if Mu Ling was here, she would not dare to mess with her chopsticks. After a while, Tang Li saw that Ning Jing's bowl was full of food. He asked, "Ning Jing, why aren't you eating?" As he spoke, he picked up a piece of fish and fed it to Ning Jing. "Try it. This fish is delicious." Instantly, Ning Jing's face turned red. She could not eat it, but she could not eat it either. She smiled and said, "Give it to Tang Tang. Tang Tang likes to eat fish." Tang Li put the fish into Tang Tang's bowl and asked seriously, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll do it myself." "Hurry up and feed your daughter so that she can play by herself," Ning Jing said. "Seeing the two of you eat makes me full," Tang Li said jokingly. If it was any other time, Ning Jing would have rolled her eyes at him. Tang Li's flowery words were getting more and more ridiculous. However, at this dinner table, she could only smile with a red face. Han Yunxi stole a glance at Ning Jing and almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, she held it in. Otherwise, Ning Jing would probably leave midway. Just like that, the dinner that should have been lively became especially quiet. Until Tang Li finished feeding his daughter and put her to the side to play with toys, and Gu let Granny Zhao carry Rui away. The atmosphere became more normal. When Granny Zhao carried little Rui was still counting. He didn't know that in that short period of time, what he had done had made his father very decisive and firm in his decision to work hard to have a daughter. Long Fei Yi had been too busy at the beginning of the country to spend time with Rui. Thus, he hesitated to have a second child so soon, lest he had even less time for Rui. But today, little Rui had successfully challenged his patience. This stinking brat's fearless days would soon be over. Seventh young master, does this estate belong to you? Han Yunxi still wanted to know the answer. Gu Qixiao openly admitted, Tea House 1 to Tea House 10 are all mine. I'm planning to open Tea House 7 and 7. Poison lass, Chi big brother will leave 7 to 7 to 7 for you. I've already picked out the land. Long Fei Yi said, all lands under the heavens belong to the king. All of Cloud Realm continent belonged to him, so why would Gu pick out a piece of land? But Gu only said, I'll pick one near Medicine Ghost Valley. Later, I'll build an estate there. He purposely looked at Long Fei Yi and asked, Your Majesty, that prefecture is this official's fief, right? Long Fei Yi had made him a Qinhuang and given him the prefecture of Medicine Ghost Valley. Thus, even if all lands under the heavens belonged to the king, that prefecture was still his. It's good that you still know you're a Qinhuang, Long Fei Yi said. Since he was a Qinhuang and had a fief, Gu had a responsibility to the land. At the very least, he had to ensure the people lived in peace and contentment, take charge of an army, and pay taxes on time. But Gu had disappeared for half a year without doing anything. If Long Fei Yi hadn't sent civil and military officials over and set up a yamen, the prefecture would have long fallen into chaos. Gu finally realized that he not only had the right to use his fief, but the duty to manage it as well. He grew serious and said, Long Fei Yi, I've been researching medicinal tea recently, so I don't have time to deal with those unruly people. Lend me the people you sent for a few more years. Long Fei Yi's attention was immediately drawn to the words, medicinal tea. Gu understood tea, but he wasn't addicted to it. Thus, the two of them couldn't get along. But he still admired Gu's ability to research new varieties of tea. Medicine? Han Yunxi grew curious as well. It's both tea and medicine. Tea has medicinal properties to begin with, but they're not strong. If we can make tea with strong medicinal properties, then we can use tea as medicine for minor ailments, Gu explained. According to Han Yunxi's understanding, the term medicinal tea appeared in the Tang dynasty. Later on, tea was classified as medicine in the Song dynasty. She didn't think that Gu would have such an idea. But thinking about it carefully, Gu was pill fiend, and he was someone who understood tea. It wasn't strange for him to think of this. Tell Ling her about it later. She'll definitely be interested. Han Yunxi only said it casually and didn't mean anything else. But Gu avoided it like the plague, don't, please don't. He needed at least 3 to 4 years to research medicinal tea. If Mu Ling found out about this, wouldn't that girl pester him for 3 to 4 years? Not to mention that girl's feelings towards him, her research on medicinal tea was also infatuated. Interesting. Long Fei Yi said thoughtfully, medicinal tea is mostly nourishing medicine. I'll have new products later. Hee, I promise to send them to the palace. Gu quickly said. Was this considered a bribe? Long Fei Yi really was bribed and didn't pursue Gu's crime of neglecting his duties. Actually, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Long Fei's style of appointing people based on their merits had no intention of letting Gu Qishao govern his lands. He simply wanted to give Gu Qishao some glory and a sense of belonging. A Qinhuang was the highest rank among all of the nobility. Only members of the imperial clan had the right to receive such a title. By making Gu Qishao a Qinhuang, Long Fei was telling the world that Gu Qishao was his brother. Long Fei Yi wasn't in a hurry to pursue the matter of the yet-to-be-built 7-7 tea house. He said, 7 tea house. Gu knew what he was going to say. Before he could say anything, he immediately interrupted, 7 tea house is my first birthday gift to Roy. I just told him about it and he likes it very much. Long Fei Yi, don't fight with your son for things. If you want to give him a manor, build one for him yourself. buying and selling was voluntary, so it was fine if Gu refused to sell. He even mocked Long Fei Yi and poked at Long Fei Ye's sore spot. For one thing, Gu mocked him for fighting with a child. For another, Gu wanted him to build one for himself, which was simply poking at his sore spot. Everyone knew that he liked to buy land and estates even more. His businesses were spread all over Cloud Realm continent. If this was the past, he could buy as much as he wanted without anyone bothering him. But things were different now. He was the ruler of a nation. Cloud Realm continent had many things waiting to be done. Northern Li still needed to be plucked, the east and west needed to be rebuilt, and the imperial capital and palace were still under construction. If he didn't touch the national treasury's silver and used his own private savings to build or renovate a new manor, his subordinates would have a lot of opinions. It was rare for him to find a ready-made manor that caught his eye. Even if he sold it privately, no one would know. Unfortunately, he met Gu. Long Fei Ye's expression visibly changed. Meanwhile, Han Yunqi, Tang Li, and Ning Jing had been quietly listening to the two bicker the entire time. At last, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. It wasn't easy. Gu and Long Fei Yi had fought for so many years, but thanks to Rui, he'd finally won once. Han Yunqi laughed until her stomach hurt. This was the first time she'd seen Long Fei Yi suffer a loss. Gu Qixiao picked up his wine cup and offered Long Fei a toast with a smile. His movements were elegant as he slowly drank from his cup. Although Long Fei was aggrieved by his son's actions, he still maintained his gentleman's demeanor and returned Gu Qixiao's toast with a toast. "Don't worry, I won't steal from you. In 2 years, I'll definitely build one for Rui, It wouldn't be too late for him to take revenge after the imperial palace was built and the mess after the war was cleaned up." Long Fei drank as he looked towards the right corner, only to see that his precious son had turned a deaf ear to everything that was going on. Right now, he was sitting on the table and counting the thorny vine seeds one by one. Everyone followed his gaze and knew that rather than saying that Long Fei Yi was tricked by Gu, it would be better to say that he was tricked by his own son. If Rui didn't casually accept other people's gifts, wouldn't his imperial father not be mocked? Little Rui seemed to have noticed something. He turned around and was immediately stunned. Why were these adults staring at him instead of eating their meals? Annoying. He hurriedly put the bramble vine seed back into the big embroidered pouch and ran down the table to the side hall. Other than being afraid of noise and being a man of few words, he was also like his imperial father and hated being stared at. Fortunately, these people were his own people. If they were a group of women, he would be angry. Only when Rui's figure disappeared through the door did Gu turn around. "TSK, Long Fei Yi, you're so lucky to have such a son." Gu's words were from the bottom of his heart. However, to the people present, he was still teasing Long Fei Yi. Finally, Tang Li couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and threw a pot of strong wine to Gu. "You were the one who got me drunk back then, right? Do you dare?" Gu was in disbelief. Tang Li, a loser, still dared to challenge him? But Tang Li's next words were, "Do you dare to fight with my big bro?" Long Fei Yi already knew what Tang Li was going to say. Ning Jing and Han Yunqi sat at the side and looked at Tang Li with disdain. "I don't dare." Gu generously admitted defeat. He said with a smile, "I have to accompany my godson to set off fireworks tonight. I can't get drunk." As soon as he said this, Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed. Long Fei Yi was worried about how to send Rui away tonight and accompany Han Yunxi to have a good tea spring. Since Gu volunteered, he would naturally give him a chance to let Gu see his godson's ability to cause a ruckus in the middle of the night when he couldn't find his mother. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. He picked up the wine and took a sip. He suddenly felt very happy about this dinner. Victory or defeat between him and Gu Qishao would only be decided after tonight. Chapter 12:27. Tang Li didn't understand why Long Fei Yi didn't intend to get Gu drunk. However, he didn't dare to continue provoking Gu. He knew his alcohol tolerance very well. If he got drunk, what would happen to Ning Jing and Tang Tang? Ning Jing didn't eat much at night. If she was hungry, she wouldn't be able to sleep. And Tang Tang couldn't get used to the bed. She had just gotten used to the carriage, so it would take a long time to coax her to sleep on the couch tonight. If he remembered correctly, Ning Jing couldn't stay up late these 2 days. She couldn't stand for too long, and she couldn't carry heavy loads. Tang Li didn't kick up a fuss. After Long Fei Yi and Gu fought for a while, they both fell silent. Now that the two of them stopped fighting, Han Yunxi finally had a chance to speak. Gu, you left without saying goodbye for the past few months. Where have you been planting tea? Gu scratched his head and didn't say anything. When he woke up in the medical school and found out that he had regained his normal body, he wasn't used to it. He needed time to calm down and get used to his wholehearted, normal self. Of course, there was another reason why he left. He wanted to avoid Mu Ling, her. He really wanted to avoid that girl and let her grow up. Han Yunxi didn't pursue the matter of Gu Qishao's lies, but Gu Qishao would never know how many tears his poison lass had shed for him on the mountain behind rear camp. Let bygones be bygones. Gu didn't know that Long Fei Yi and the rest would come here for the new year. It was purely a coincidence that they met. Although Long Fei Yi sent the Shadow Guard to track him down, he still managed to shake off the Shadow Guard in less than 10 days and disappeared without a trace. He began to look for suitable land, design a manor, and plant tea trees. He wanted to prepare a birthday present for Rui, her, and personally present it to him at his birthday banquet. He had designed several tea houses in a row, but after they were built, he found that he was not satisfied with them until he designed the tea hot spring unique to number 7 tea house. When he used the tea hot springs in other tea houses, he found a business opportunity. So, he built tea houses number 8, number 9, and number 10 one after another. From there, he had the idea of building 77 tea houses. Every single tea house was doing extremely well. If he could build 77 tea houses that were all satisfactory in terms of location, design, and tea ceremony, he'd probably be able to monopolize all of Cloud Realm Continent's tea houses and become the richest man in the region. In fact, number 7 tea house had been built long ago. It was just that in the past month, he had repeatedly modified it, down to every blade of grass and every tree. This was his godfather's birthday gift to Rui, her, so he couldn't be careless. He was originally not in the vicinity, but a few days ago, he suddenly had a new idea to improve the manor, so he braved the wind and snow to rush over. Where's Gu Beiyu at? Why didn't he come? Gu asked. Qin Min is pregnant and her body isn't very good. She can't stand the cold, so he brought her to the south to avoid the cold, Han Yunxi said faintly. So fast? Tang Li was very surprised. Ning Jing had also told him about Gu Beiyue marrying Qin Min. It hadn't even been half a year since they got married. Ningjing was also surprised. She didn't expect Dr. Gu to be so fast. Then we'll have to be careful. How many months is she along? Ningjing couldn't help but ask. Should be around 5 months. Don't worry, with Gu Beiyue around, there won't be any trouble, Han Yunxi said with a smile. Tang Li immediately said, doesn't that mean she got pregnant as soon as she got married? Dr. Gu really is Dr. Gu. Everyone present was an adult. Everyone could hear the meaning behind Tang Li's words. Gu Qixiao's lips quirked up into a grin, but he didn't express his opinion. He figured that Gu Beiyue must have put his present to good use. Otherwise, with Gu Beiyue's personality and usual behavior, how could she get pregnant as soon as she got married? Long Feiyi didn't say anything. However, he was as surprised as everyone else. He didn't expect the gentle Gu Beiyue to be so decisive. Long Feiyi thought to himself, Qin Min probably wouldn't give birth to a daughter. As spring approached, Su Donglin led a group of shadow guard and set off fireworks not far away on time. Although the overnight dinner wasn't very lively, everyone chatted in the silence and forgot about the time. Seeing the fireworks bloom and light up the night sky, everyone realized that the past year had ended and a new year had begun. As soon as they heard the firecrackers, the 2 children rushed out first. Little Tang Tang was still holding the cloth tiger that little Rui didn't want, while little Rui was holding the big purse with both hands, afraid that it would fall. Han Yunxi and the rest also walked out and stood on the balcony to watch the fireworks. So beautiful, Han Yunxi couldn't help but think of the fireworks she saw during the Lantern Festival. Under the combined efforts of Long Feiyi and the other 2, she knew nothing about Gu. She was still in confinement and little Rui was still a baby in swaddling clothes. Time passed so quickly. At some point, Long Fei had taken Han Yunxi's hand. Their fingers were intertwined as they looked forward to spending years and years together until the end of time. Tang Li also held Ningjing's hand. He whispered, Ningjing, I haven't seen fireworks with you before, right? How many times have you seen them? Ningjing asked. What I mean is, we haven't seen them together since you started liking me, right? Tang Li lowered his voice and was extremely gentle. Ningjing was stunned and whispered back, we have. I have liked you for a long time. Tang Li leaned closer and smiled. I've liked you for a long time too. Granny Zhao was holding a tray full of red packets. As in the past, Long Feiyi still generously gave out red packets to everyone present. Han Yunxi turned back and instructed the palace maid, go and check the red packets and the list on the table in my room. Send them out tonight. She had already made a list of the red packets to be rewarded and prepared the red packets with names written on them. Only the final check was left to check if there were any omissions. If she hadn't chased after little Rui, she would have finished checking by herself. Yes. The palace maid accepted the order and left. At this time, Long Feiyi was personally delivering the red packets to little Rui. He was too tall and little Rui was too small. It was difficult for little Rui to look up at him several times. He really wanted to hug little Rui, but he hesitated and didn't. It was the new year and he didn't want little Rui to cry again. He squatted down and little Rui immediately ran to him. In fact, little Rui didn't reject him. He was just afraid of him. He didn't reject his approach, but he was afraid of letting him touch and hug him. Little Rui was still so young. No matter how precocious he was still a child. How could his reaction be deliberate? This rejection was like an instinctive reaction. Although he didn't understand why, Long Fei always believed that there must be a reason for this. Even if there were times when he was really disappointed, Long Fei had never been angry with his son. He had never really complained. Little Rui was still so young. He only felt sorry for him. In the whole world, only Han Yunxi knew how much he loved and doted on little Rui. A father's tenderness was always hidden in his heart. Long Fei handed the red packets to Rui, smiled at him, and got up. The last time little Rui received a red packet for the new year, he was still in his mother's womb. This was the first time he received a red packet since he was born. Not only did he not know the meaning of a red packet, but he also didn't have the concept of banknotes. He held the red packet in his hand and seemed to have thought of something. After the red packets were distributed, the children ran to see the fireworks again. Gu looked to the left at Long Fei and Han Yunxi, then to the right at Tang Li and Ning Jing. He immediately laughed. He didn't know if he was laughing at himself for being alone, or if he was happy. Perhaps even he himself couldn't tell the difference. He immediately ran to the two children lying on the railing and carried them one in each hand. Strangely enough, not only was Rui willing to be carried by Gu, but even little Tang Tang didn't refuse at all. Gu let little Rui sit on his left shoulder and carried little Tang Tang with his right hand. He was a tall man and didn't need any effort to carry the two children. "Let's go set off the fireworks, okay?" he asked loudly. "Okay." The two children actually reconciled and answered in unison. "Godfather didn't prepare any gifts for you?" "I'll play with you tonight, okay?" Gu asked again. Little Tang Tang immediately shut up. Rui looked back at his father and mother with the same inquisitive gaze. At this time, Long Fei and Han Yunxi knew that although Rui accepted Gu's gift, he still didn't acknowledge him as his godfather. Han Yunxi didn't say anything. She could make the decision to acknowledge little Rui as his godmother. Only Long Fei could make the decision to acknowledge little Rui as his godfather. Gu looked at the dazzling fireworks in the distance and recalled the night he watched the fireworks alone at the back mountain of rear camp. He didn't notice little Rui's hesitation, nor did he see Long Fei nod to little Rui. Whether it was broad-mindedness or comradeship, fighting, Long Fei simply nodded his head in agreement. "Okay." Little Rui answered loudly. "Daughter, accompany seventh uncle to have some fun, okay?" Tang Li asked loudly. "Okay." Little Tang Tang also answered loudly. Just like that, Gu Qixiao leapt off the balcony with the two children in tow and ran into the snow. Tang Li tilted his head and looked at Long Fei with a smile. "Brother, it's a new year. I wish the country prosperity and peace, and let sister-in-law give birth to a daughter for you." Long Fei looked back with a rare smile. "May you return to the Tang sect as soon as possible." With that, Long Fei held Han Yunxi's hand and left. His words were enough to make Tang Li ponder for days and nights. Was Long Fei going to help him return to the Tang sect, or was he unhappy and wanted to help Tang Zijin bring him back to the Tang sect? Tang Li walked all the way to his residence, still unable to figure it out. He finally realized that he shouldn't provoke his brother with his daughter. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. Shopkeeper Wu and the servants in the manor were replaced, and the ones in charge were Zhao Mama and Su Donglin. The courtyard where Tang Li and Ning Jing lived was arranged by Zhao Mama. He didn't know what Zhao Mama was thinking, but she actually arranged for them to live in a very remote corner in the west. It took a lot of time just to walk over. When they reached the room, Ning Jing was so tired that she didn't want to move and lazily lay down on the warm couch. She only relaxed when she was back in the room. Although she had a good relationship with Han Yunqi, she hadn't seen Long Feiyi more than 3 times. Recently, when they ate together, she finally understood why Mu Ling was afraid of Long Feiyi. Ning Jing stretched her body, but Tang Li had already scooped up a wooden basin of steaming hot tea and placed it on the couch. "What are you doing?" Ning Jing asked suspiciously. Chapter 12:28. The hot spring water was steaming, and the aroma of tea permeated every corner of the house. Ning Jing did not understand what Tang Li was trying to do. "You can't soak in the hot spring, so I'll get you a basin to soak your feet," Tang Li explained. "How do you know that I can't soak in the hot spring?" Ning Jing asked. "I've calculated. It's inconvenient for you to soak in these 2 days. Am I right?" Tang Li asked with a smile. "You're wrong." Ning Jing rolled her eyes at him. "It's more than 10 days off. How did you calculate it?" "Impossible. It's before and after the first day of Chinese New Year. It's always been like this before. Unless the postpartum days have changed." Tang Li was very certain. Ning Jing narrowed her eyes. "Before? Haha, you've really put a lot of thought into this." Tang Li realized that he had fallen into Ning Jing's trap this time. For a few days before and after the first day of Chinese New Year, he was very conscious that he would not bully Ning Jing. When he calculated the dates back then, his motives were indeed impure. I've put a lot of thought into this now. Jing Jing, come, your husband will help you soak your feet." Tang Li lifted Ning Jing's feet and helped her take off her shoes and socks. Ning Jing laid down lazily and put her other foot on his shoulder, allowing Tang Li to serve her. After her shoes and socks were taken off, Tang Li was afraid that she would be too cold and wanted to warm her up. Ning Jing did not let him and stretched her jade foot on Tang Li's face to tease him. Tang Li allowed her to tease him. He was not angry at all, nor did he dislike it. However, after a while, he grabbed Ning Jing's jade foot and bit her thumb. It looked like he bit hard, but it did not hurt at all. Ning Jing immediately kicked him away and complained unhappily, "Don't you think it's dirty?" "I don't." Tang Li chuckled. "I do," Ning Jing said angrily. Tang Li pretended to sigh. "All right, I'll help you clean it up." He really pulled her feet to soak in the spring water. If it was any other time, Ning Jing would definitely let him serve her without any qualms. However, today was not the day. Ning Jing quickly retracted her foot and said seriously, "You can't soak your feet when it's inconvenient." "Why?" Tang Li asked in confusion. Ning Jing asked, "No means no. You're a man. Why are you asking so many questions?" Only then did Tang Li give up and sit next to Ning Jing. However, just as he was about to lie down, Ning Jing pushed him away. "I'm going to sleep. Go soak yourself in the water and don't disturb me. Tang Tang will be back soon. I'll lie down with you." Tang Li insisted on lying down next to Ning Jing. However, Ning Jing refused to let him and pushed him away. "Don't disturb me. I want to rest for a while, okay?" Seeing her unhappy look, Tangli felt wronged and could only get up obediently. "Get out!" Ningjing urged. Tangli smiled helplessly and could only obediently go out. After 2 hours, Ningjing helped Tangli get a towel and clothes and went out. She couldn't go into the water for a few days. If she didn't force him, Tangli probably wouldn't go into the water either. It was rare that little Tangli wasn't around. Of course, as her father, Tangli could relax a little. When Ningjing opened the door, she saw that the warm pool was empty. Where was he? Just as she was wondering, she saw Tangli carrying a small casserole pot and walking in hurriedly with his head lowered. He carried it carefully and didn't even notice that she was standing at the door. Ningjing's heart skipped a beat and her eyes became a little moist. This scene was so familiar and so long since she last saw it. She didn't need to look to know that Tangli was cooking her favorite red bean porridge in that small casserole pot. In the past countless nights, she couldn't remember how many bowls of red bean porridge Tangli had made for her. Every time, he would personally bring it to her like this. He was careful and anxious because it was too hot and his fingers couldn't stand it. He was also afraid that it would get cold if it stayed too long. On cold nights, she liked hot food that was scalding. When he got closer, Tangli finally noticed that Ningjing was standing at the door. He saw the thing in her hand and said with a smile, "Jing Jing, do you really want to peek at me bathing so much?" Ningjing rolled her eyes and turned to enter the door. Tangli carried the red bean porridge in and personally filled a bowl. He brought it to Ningjing and said, "Are you hungry?" Ningjing was indeed hungry. However, when she saw that Tangli had personally made the red bean porridge, she immediately regained her appetite. Only Tangli could make such a soft and fragrant red bean porridge. Ningjing chewed and swallowed slowly. Tangli stood at the side and watched as usual. If he truly liked someone, he didn't need to do anything. Just watching her eat would make him happy. If he truly liked someone, he didn't need anything. As long as he personally made a bowl of porridge, he would be satisfied. "Jing Jing, do you have any news about your brother?" Tangli asked. "No. With my brother's temper, if he wants to leave, no one can find him." Ningjing knew Ningqing the best. Tangli hesitated and said, "Why did he give all his military merits to Jinzi? Based on his contributions in Northern Li, my brother definitely won't treat him unfairly. Public is public, private is private." Ningjing raised her head this time and said seriously, "Tangli, my brother isn't someone who takes credit. He must have left because he felt that he was done with his work. If you have the chance, tell Long Fei Yi not to look for him anymore." Tangli snorted, "Humph, my brother won't look for him. He's too free." Ningjing put down the spoon and threatened him coldly, "I dare you to snort again." Tangli shut his mouth and shook his head. Ningjing lowered her head to eat the porridge again. She was already full, but it had been too long since she tasted this, so she couldn't help but eat a few more mouthfuls. Not long after, the palace maid personally carried little Tang Tang over. Little Tang Tang had actually fallen asleep. It was no wonder since it was already in the middle of the night. No matter how excited a child was, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Ningjing wanted to pick her up, but Tangli ran over first and carefully carried little Tang Tang over. Tangli was amused, "Haha, it's good that she's asleep. Saves me the trouble of coaxing her." Little Tang Tang returned to her parents' arms, but little Rui, was still playing with Gu. Gu wasn't an ordinary person, and little Rui was even more so it wasn't strange that the two of them were still setting off fireworks in the manor in the middle of the night. At this time, Granny Zhao had just arrived at the Narcissus courtyard where Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi were staying. The Narcissus courtyard was located in the center of number 7 tea house. It was the largest courtyard in number 7 tea house and got its name because it was filled with narcissus tea. Rather than calling it a courtyard, it was better to call it a tea pavilion. There was a tea room hidden in the spacious courtyard. It looked very secluded, but it felt spacious inside the house. There were 2 rooms in front and back of the tea room. The left and right walls were open, and there were 2 or 3 wooden steps connecting to the courtyard. There was a tea hot spring in the pavilion. Inside the tea room, there was a straw mat on the floor. It was clean and simple, and green smoke rose in spirals from the burning incense. Outside the tea room, steam rose from the hot spring amidst the white snow. The faint fragrance of tea filled the air, both sobering and intoxicating. Such an environment was definitely tempting to those who loved tea. Granny Zhao stopped outside the tea room and saw only the Empress inside. She was sitting at a low table, lazily reading a book. Her ink-black hair was casually held up with a jade hairpin. She had already changed out of her daytime clothes and was wrapped in a crescent-white robe. She sat there lazily, one hand supporting her head while the other flipped through a book. Her body was leaning against the side of the tea table. The long sleeves on the hands supporting her head had long slipped down, revealing her pure white wrists. Her jade feet were half hidden under the robe, faintly discernible. Black hair like a waterfall, white wrists like frost. The more Granny Zhao looked at such a back view, the more satisfied and happy she was. For no particular reason, she was happy that His Highness was blessed. Han Yunxi had long known that Granny Zhao was coming. Although she had brought many palace maids with her, she and Long Fei Yi were not used to having palace maids serving them. Apart from the shadow guard standing guard outside the Narcissus garden, there were no other servants in the entire Narcissus garden. At this time, the shadow guard would not dare to come over without permission. The only one who could come here was Granny Zhao. Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi had been strolling in the tea garden for a long time. She had just finished washing up. She was so tired that she did not want to move. If not for the fact that Rui had not returned, she would have fallen asleep long ago. She was waiting for Granny Zhao to report something, but Granny Zhao did not speak for a long time. Han Yunxi was helpless. She lazily turned back to look at Granny Zhao. Granny Zhao hurriedly reported, "Your Highness, this old servant has urged many times, but the little master refuses to come back and insists on playing with 7th young master. 7th young master said that he will let the little master spend the night at his place and that you can sleep without worry. He can't handle it." Han Yunxi said helplessly. This old servant has already told 7th young master that the little master is not easy to serve at night, but 7th young master said that he can do it. Granny Zhao was also helpless. Asking for trouble again. Han Yunxi was too lazy to persuade her. She waved her hand to dismiss Granny Zhao. Then let him take care of the little master for one night. Although Han Yunxi doted on her son, the way she doted on Rui was completely different from how Tang Li doted on his daughter. She was not so careful with Rui and was very cruel most of the time. After all, Rui was a boy and would have to be independent in the future. Your Highness, don't worry. If 7th young master can't coax him, this old servant will. Granny Zhao said with a smile. Han Yunxi nodded lazily. She was about to fall asleep. However, Granny Zhao still did not leave. She looked around and asked, "Your Highness, is His Majesty asleep?" Long Fei was in the side room dealing with 2 urgent letters from Northern Li. Han Yunxi was waiting for him to finish and go to bed. "Is there anything else?" Han Yunxi asked. Granny Zhao chuckled. "Your Highness, if His Highness is asleep, you should go and keep him company as soon as possible." Han Yunxi immediately sensed that something was wrong. She turned back again and stared at Granny Zhao without saying anything. Unexpectedly, Granny Zhao was not afraid. Instead, she smiled even more ambiguously. She said, "It's good that Your Highness understands. It's good that Your Highness understands." Han Yunxi grabbed something on the table and gestured that she was going to smash it. Granny Zhao hurriedly fled this time. "This old servant will take her leave, take her leave." At this moment, Long Fei opened the door and jumped in fright. The thing that Han Yunxi was going to smash was none other than his teacup. Ever since Rui was born, Long Fei had already lost more than 30 sets of tea sets. They were all masterpieces and were one of a kind. The set that he brought out this time was his favorite among the few that remain. "Han Yunxi, don't move." He hurriedly stopped her. Han Yunxi was originally tired, but she immediately sobered up when she saw Granny Zhao's ambiguous smile. She turned back to look at Long Fei and smiled slyly. "Should I not move the person or the cup?" Chapter 12:29. Did Long Fei want Han Yunxi to stay still, or did he only want the cup to stay still? If he said, "Don't move," then the cup would probably move and fall to the ground. If he said, "Don't move the cup," then Han Yunxi's hand would probably move and the cup would be thrown away. Han Yunxi was in a good mood. She was so talkative, but Long Fei was still sober and wouldn't be easy to fool. He said, "Don't move." Han Yunxi also knew that she couldn't play word games with this guy, so she asked playfully, "Long Fei, what if I insist on moving?" Although his real name was Xianyuan Yi and everyone knew it, she still liked to call him Long Fei. In all of Cloud Realm, only Xian Gu dared to call him Long Fei in front of him. Xianyuan Yi was the high and mighty emperor of Cloud Realm. His glory and power were also shackles. In their hearts, Long Fei was still the same Long Fei. Long Fei didn't answer Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi asked with a smile, "Tell me, should I move, or should the cup move?" She suddenly let go of the cup, causing it to fall to the ground, but it landed firmly in her other hand. Long Fei also leaned against the wall, arms crossed lazily. His lips curled into a smile as he sized up Han Yunxi's little tricks with interest. He wasn't in a hurry either, so he didn't say anything and just let her play. Han Yunxi suddenly let go of the cup again. This time, she caught it with the tip of her foot. This was Long Fei's favorite cup. But he wasn't angry, and the smile on his face didn't fade at all. Han Yunxi was actually waiting for Long Fei to snatch it away, but who knew that he'd just watch with folded arms. She kicked the cup high and carefully held it with one finger. "Come, I'll give you a choice. Choose it, or choose me. I'm serious this time." Long Fei didn't even think about it and gave her the answer directly. "I choose you." Han Yunxi was overjoyed. "All right, it's either me or it." As she spoke, she casually threw the teacup out of the tea house. She really threw it out of the tea house. However, Long Fei was still not in a hurry. He did not even look at the teacup. He only stared at Han Yunxi. After her bath, she looked like a lotus flower emerging from the clear water. She looked like a natural carving. He looked at her creamy skin and smooth neckline. He looked at her beautiful eyebrows and beautiful smile. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. What was a teacup? She could overturn the entire world for her. Han Yunxi turned around and looked outside. She smiled and sighed. How generous! In fact, she had calculated correctly. With the strength she had used just now, the teacup would fall into the tea pool and would not break. At this moment, the teacup should have sunk to the bottom of the pool. Long Fei-yi walked over and hugged Han Yunxi's waist from behind. He gently pulled Han Yunxi into his arms. He rested his chin on Han Yunxi's shoulder and looked at the tea and snow outside the door like her. He asked lazily, I haven't stretched my muscles for a long time. Let's have a match, shall we? In front of this man, Han Yunxi had always been very self-aware. After he cultivated the lust bite power, it was merged with the full level of the nirvana power. It was very powerful. Her phoenix power had not been completely stimulated. Moreover, the phoenix power did not have the ability to merge with the nirvana power. Therefore, in terms of martial arts, she was still a long way behind him. She would definitely lose when it came to moving her muscles. Han Yunxi leaned her head closer to Long Fei-yi and rejected him decisively. No way. It's rare that you're free. Rui is not here. Accompany me to look at the snow. Long Fei tightened his grip on her and began to rub against her ears. I'll let you win. If you win, I'll give you a big gift. How about it? What are we competing in? Han Yunxi was immediately moved. If he let her win, she would have another chance. Of course, what really made her waver was his big gift. Her past experience told her that the things he gave were not ordinary. She could not even imagine it. I'll let you take 10 steps. Whoever finds this teacup first wins. Han Yunxi did not know that at this moment, Long Fei-yi was licking his lips and smiling. He was like a scheming fox and a hunter patiently waiting for his prey to take the bait. When she heard that it was not a martial arts competition but a way to stretch her muscles, she became even more interested. Okay. Let's compete. If I win, you'll give me a big gift too? Long Fei-yi smiled. No problem. Han Yunxi readily agreed. It would take about 10 steps to walk from here to the tea pool. She was very clear about the position of the teacup. If she moved faster, her chances of winning would be higher. Long Fei-yi immediately let go of Han Yunxi. Go! Han Yunxi took big strides. 10 steps was just enough to reach the tea pool. She turned to look at Long Fei-yi. Long Fei-yi did not move as expected. In a competition between experts, a difference of 1 step could be 1,000 miles, let alone 10 steps. Han Yunxi was full of confidence. Shall we begin? Okay, let's begin. When Long Fei-yi said this, Han Yunxi did not even turn around. She leaned back and dove into the tea pool. Long Fei didn't chase after her immediately. Every time he yielded to her, he'd done so with sincerity. He licked his lips with interest and could not help but laugh out loud. He was cunning and mischievous, but his happiness was very pure and genuine. He slowly took off his outer robe, and this time, he flew into the tea pool. Although there were lights in the courtyard, it was still late at night. Finding the teacup could only be done by touching. Han Yunxi hid at the position where the teacup had fallen and groped around. Even when she sensed Long Fei Ye's movements, she did not panic. Suddenly, she touched the teacup. She was overjoyed. Just as she was about to grab it, Long Fei Ye's hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed the teacup first. His speed was so fast that Han Yunxi wanted to cry. The two of them came out of the water almost at the same time. Long Fei Yi wiped the water off his face. Seeing Han Yunxi's depressed expression, he laughed. Han Yunxi really wanted to pounce on him and bite him. How could this guy be so fast in the water? Why didn't she know before? How could it be so close? Did he do it on purpose? You've lost, Long Fei said in all seriousness. Han Yunxi looked at him and did not say anything. Seeing her unwilling and shameless appearance, Long Fei Yi was even more amused. It had been a long time since he had seen this woman act like a little girl. He really missed it. I reached it first. Han Yunxi said seriously. I reached it first. Long Fei Yi did not give in. Didn't you say you would give in to me? Han Yunxi questioned. I gave in to you more than 10 steps. Long Fei Yi said honestly. Can't you give in one more step? Han Yunxi asked again. No. Long Fei Yi refused cruelly. Say you lost. Quick. Han Yunxi was unwilling. Her gaze drifted towards the teacup in Long Fei Yi's hand. Long Fei Yi saw it but did not say anything. Han Yunxi suddenly wanted to snatch it. Long Fei Yi waited for her to snatch it. He waited until her hand reached the cup, but he suddenly raised his hand and made her unable to grab it. Han Yunxi did not say anything. She just stared at Long Fei Yi. The more she stared, the wider the smile in Long Fei Yi's eyes became. There were several times when he almost laughed out loud. Teasing this woman was much more fun than teasing his son. How could Han Yunxi not see the smile in his eyes? This guy could clearly play with her. He deliberately calculated that he would give her 10 steps and make her lose by 1 step. She suddenly grabbed Long Fei Ye's arm and stood on her tiptoes to snatch the teacup. Unfortunately, she still could not reach it. The Empress is good at everything. It's just that she's too short and her arms are too short. Long Fei Yi commented seriously. You bully! Han Yunxi was so angry that her cheeks puffed up. In the dense steam of the hot spring, her cheeks were pink. That delicate appearance made Long Fei Yi unable to move his eyes away. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. You're shameless. Long Fei Yi raised the teacup high and looked down at Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi had nothing to say. She bit her lip and tried hard to think of a way to compete with Long Fei Yi again and get back at him. These two had tricked everyone in the world. Finally, they started tricking each other. It was very obvious that Han Yunxi was not Long Fei Yi's opponent. Long Fei Yi had just started digging this hole for her. In the hot steam of the tea, the pool water reached their waists. Both of them were drenched. One of them stood high above, holding the teacup high and looking down. The other tiptoed and leaned forward, grabbing the other person's arm with all her strength. She was almost sticking to the other person. The two of them were in a deadlock like this. In the dense steam of the tea, this scene was as beautiful as a dream. Even when the two of them were in a stalemate, they were still so beautiful and enviable. At this moment, the two of them were in a contest of gazes. Han Yunxi glared. She looked angry, but she was actually acting coquettishly. Long Fei looked at her with raised eyebrows. He looked serious, but the smile at the corner of his mouth had long betrayed him. In the silence, he suddenly raised his hand and casually threw his favorite teacup away. He did not throw it into the water, but directly to the shore. Bang! It broke. From the beginning to the end, his gaze was on Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi was stunned and very surprised. Long Fei looked at her. There was only affection in his eyes. He asked in a low voice, "I already said that I would choose you. Why are you still fighting with me?" Han Yunxi bit her lip and could not help but laugh. "Say it. What do you want to give me?" Long Fei asked seriously. He was so willing to part with that cup. How could she still have the nerve to compete with him? "What do you want?" "If I can afford it, I'll give it to you." Han Yunxi's words were very honest. "There's nothing that you can't afford to give me." Long Fei was very certain. "What do I want?" Han Yunxi asked with a smile. "I want," Long Fei wanted to say something but stopped. He bent down and whispered in her ear, "Didn't I just say it? Just now? Did he?" Han Yunxi's face was blank. She tried to recall what Long Fei had said just then. It was only a few sentences, so she shouldn't have missed anything. Moreover, she couldn't make out any hidden meanings. Han Yunxi almost believed that she was really going to be stupid for 3 years after giving birth. Long Fei chuckled and whispered in her ear, "No matter how much I like it, I can throw it away. I only choose you. I want you." Han Yunxi was suddenly enlightened. Her face flushed red in an instant. Han Yunxi finally understood Long Fei's naughtiness. Who knew that he was even naughtier? His lips curled into a mischievous smile, and he whispered again, "I already said that I haven't exercised for a long time. What do you think I want?" Han Yunxi's face turned even redder when he said that. She finally understood that this guy had tricked her. What did he say? "I haven't exercised for a long time. Let's have a competition, okay?" Exercising was a trap. Have a competition was even more of a trap. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.